And he steps another sweeper. Another try!
From Hangzhou to Colombo, 15 nations, 24 teams. The Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series sets the stage for the best of sevens rugby.
Asia Rugby is more than 500,000 players, coaches, and organizers experiencing the game in this multicultural region. Established in 1968, Asia Rugby has expanded from 8 founding countries to more than 36 member unions, spanning Lebanon in the west to Guam in the east, Kazakhstan in the north, to Indonesia in the south. Home to more than half the world's population and an incredible 80% of its youth, Asia Rugby has grown from holding just one tournament every 2 years to running more than 15 international competitions each and every year, culminating in the iconic Asia Rugby Championship and the Asia Rugby 7 Series. Asia Rugby continues to grow the game through initiatives like Get Into Rugby, initiatives that have helped us expand our player base by more than 25% per year, initiatives designed to empower our kids with the knowledge and skills necessary to develop great players and inspire positive social change. Asia Rugby is a diverse collection of cultures bound together by our core values of integrity, passion, solidarity, discipline, and respect, driving our belief that rugby makes a positive contribution to people's lives. Asia Rugby is taking our great game, its spirit, and everything it stands for to over half the world's population. And we invite you to be part of it. Asia Rugby. We can do better, but together.
Our world is growing, and so is rugby. There are more players, more teams, more matches than ever before. Luckily, our game is simple. We only really need one thing to play it, and we buy millions of them every year. Unfortunately, too many end up in the wrong place, but some balls are made better. Rhino's recycled range is made with up to 80% recycled rubber. We are still not perfect, but it's a step in the right direction. You only need a ball, make it a good one. For rugby, for you, for the planet.
A ball for the planet.
A ball for the planet.
A ball for the planet.
The Rhino recycled range. A ball for the planet.
And he steps another sweeper. Another drive!
From Hangzhou to Colombo, 15 nations, 24 teams. The Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series sets the stage for the best of sevens rugby.
Hello everybody and a very warm welcome back to Hangzhou in China and day 2 of the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series. This is the first leg of 2. The second will take us to Sri Lanka and Colombo in October. Now on day 2 we're getting to see one of the host nations of this year's Asia Rugby 7 series. Not China, they will be in action later on, but Sri Lanka. They are fighting for 9th place. They're in the green jerseys in this 9th place semi-final. They begin day 2 against Indonesia. These are the two squads in action. 2 difficult days for both these nations yesterday. In terms of the results, in terms of the performance, things going in a very positive direction. Sri Lanka ending the day against Malaysia and scoring their first points of the competition as well. So if they can build on that on day 2, when the rankings have sorted out a more suitable opponent for each other, Indonesia and Sri Lanka have a good chance to get their first wins of the competition and of the series in 2025 today. Sri Lankans in their dark green strips. They're returning to the top tier and the Asia Rugby 7 Series this year with this expanded format. Up from the trophy, now in the big time. And day 2 is what it's all about. Hangzhou is our venue. We are in a similar situation conditions-wise as Sri Lanka get us going against Indonesia, in that it is going to be very, very humid today. Overcast, so the sun isn't going to blister, but it is oppressive heat. But this is a good time to play in the morning, 10 a.m. local time. And Sri Lanka with the first set piece of the day. And let's see what they can do with it. Spinning it from left to right. Good hard carry. And then knocking over defenders and rolling for the line. Placing the ball over it. Good score for Sri Lanka. Their day up and running early on with Sandika Hemakumari on a savagely cut line. Rip up the fancy playbook and just give the ball to Sandika. Superb effort on goal as well, and that's all 7 for Sri Lanka. Well, they haven't taken long. Sri Lanka on the boil already. Indonesia claim this better from the restart. Deda, the number 9, to Maris Olua. Good tackle from Kumundamali. This is bobbling around. It's going to be taken by Yamin Nimala, wearing 11 for Indonesia. Leslie Deda. They need as much time on the ball as possible, Indonesia. Oh, it's a lovely break, and now the foot race, 2 Sri Lankan players back here. Fine break, needs support, and the offload is quickly and expectantly lifted off the floor. Numbers were there as well. Indonesia looking to strike back immediately. Nice break from Olua. Much more like it from Indonesia. Day 2, very promising from both Indonesia and Sri Lanka. Good fend as well. Yamin. The offload is brilliant. Indonesia with a finely constructed try of their own, with an Indonesian feel to proceedings now after the first blow landed by Sri Lanka. Two brilliant scores. The lead kept by Sri Lanka. But Indonesia with exactly the type of score that lets Sri Lanka know they're very much here to play on day 2. And this 9th place semi-final, the winner goes through to then compete for 9th place. And that's important in terms of ranking points that they can gain going into the second leg in October in Colombo, when Sri Lanka will be the hosts, of course, at the famous racecourse ground in Sri Lanka. And they're spacing behind here. No sweeper back, so Sri Lanka right down Main Street looking to challenge Indonesia on the chase. Nimala was back, but penalty given for Sri Lanka. They'll quickly tap and go. And Lahu, the smartest, the fastest, she scores. Sri Lanka get their second. Well, those of you following our coverage yesterday right into the evening here when their play went up and past 10 p.m. in the night time in Hangzhou. May well have felt that, as we did here, that the competition was really bubbling along at that point. Encounters that decided semi-final places all the way through to the end of the program yesterday. But we have started in exactly the same urgency as yesterday. Sri Lanka urgently trying to get that ball back. Foot in the face for Sri Lanka's Sanjawani Wijelika. Luckily she looks okay. Scrum feed is a good one. Sri Lanka move the ball around. Now the wrap-around pass, and they're going to provide some space here for their flyer on the edge. And Sri Lanka going in. Naya Thamara, she's in. She's scorching in. Sarana Nayanathara. Sri Lanka with number 3. Little look at the post to see whether any extras can be added onto it. But 19-5 for Sri Lanka. Super beginning. Two main rugby cities in Sri Lanka are Colombo on the west coast, the capital of Sri Lanka, and then you head inland and find Kandy up at a higher altitude. And rugby has a real footprint there as well. It's a beautiful place for rugby sevens to be played. The national men's team played there quite recently against New Zealand, under 85 kilograms. We've got 15,000 in attendance as well watching that one. That was the official figure, but it was a little bit more than that in actuality. And women's sevens, women's rugby making strides in Sri Lanka too, as is evidenced in this match. Indonesia being put to the sword in this first half, and maybe more trouble. Pass back inside from Nayana Farah. Didn't quite go to hand. So the first half of day 2, and it is a very strong performance from Sri Lanka, 19-5, to lead into the break. Sri Lanka with the longer range capability in their sevens team for try scoring, but Indonesia with an ability to pass their way through, as they've shown, and that is something that the Sri Lankans will need to be on top of in this second half. A moment's pause and we renew. Deep kickoff. Sri Lanka losing possession and Indonesia hacking this on. Bouncer's got to be smart here. It's Indonesia who are scoring. The pressure put on and Sri Lanka pop at the back. Indonesia doing just what they needed to. Extra's not quite there, but the type of start that swells the confidence at the start of a half when you're planning a comeback. 9 points down though, but that first step taken by Indonesia. And if you're watching on from, joining our coverage here from Sri Lanka or from Indonesia, it's a very, very warm welcome to you as well, and it's great to have your company here. And those of you with an interested bystander perspective joining us too, welcome. Let's enjoy today. It's going to be a day which builds towards quite the crescendo with the cup finals, third place matches concluding the action. Be around about 6 p.m. is when those cup final matches take place today in Hangzhou. And for these nations, their day will be wrapped up before then, and it's about how many ranking points they can take home and take into Colombo. Sri Lanka getting back into their groove after a little wobble at the start of this half. Emma Kumari, the opening try scorer on day 2, the number 14, but she stands up to see the referee's arm in favour of Indonesia. Now, if they can go through the phases in the same way they did earlier, and maybe strike from a little deeper, then we'll really have a close contest as this one edges towards its conclusion. However, Inya Yamin with a forward pass. Indonesia, one of the debuting teams in the women's competition at these Asia Rugby Emirates Sevens series. They're stepping up for the very first time. India doing likewise. So while Sri Lanka are returning to the top table, Indonesia are here and understanding what it's all about for the first time in their rugby history. Rugby in ages, reach widening ever further, and Indonesia one of the examples of that. And they've recovered a little bit of calmness. Well, at that point it then went further south, but they'll have to reset after that. Sri Lanka with the scrum. The winner of this match will go through to face Singapore or the Philippines. Who wins that contest? Will be played as our next match on, by the way, if you're joining us for that. From the back of the scrum and peeling and going, and Madhu Mali, lovely break here, covering tackle is good. Indonesia on red alert. Sri Lanka pushing the right buttons, and the numbers are there. And the score will come as well. Touching down is Idusha Janani. And that will settle some nerves in Sri Lankan ranks. Fine break from the base of the scrum. And then it just needed some calm heads. And everyone in green showed clarity of thought. Well placed, very well placed kickoff from Sri Lanka. So difficult for Indonesia to field that one just over the head of the first line. Underarm pass, that's very much allowed in any form of rugby. It's just so often the flicking aside technique of throwing the ball from behind your head is what we're used to. Solid scrum from Indonesia. Last minute of play in this semi-final. This is exactly the right weighting on the ball, and then the speed is put on as well. Nimala with a super try for Indonesia. Full of class. A1 execution. Indonesia with a beauty. The speed of Ni Kadek Rani Puspa Nimala. No one within 10 meters of her. And put through calmly too. 24-17. Indonesia can do this. They can force extra time. Sri Lanka just have to get this off the park though. Bustling carry down the left-hand wing. Indonesia close to ending the game by putting Sri Lanka into touch there. Sri Lanka want to play though, and you have to admire that. They want more points. They want to add a final touch to the scoreline. Scrabbling it around, and in the end the best effort and idea is to put it out. Sri Lanka will take the victory. Indonesia and Sri Lanka offering up a fine first outing on day two, but it is Sri Lanka that go through to the 9th placed final, and they can compete for that higher ranking place. We'll see both nations again, however. Singapore against the Philippines now in the second 9th place semi-final. Well done, that man, delivering the match ball here in Hangzhou. Finally a time, lovely sky blue boots. Could do with a pair of those myself, actually. Here we go. The Philippines against Singapore. Singapore in the red. Lovely moments in centre field whilst the match referee Alice Chenjo gets ready. So Singapore kick us off, having won one match from their group stages yesterday, finishing third in the group. That win coming against Indonesia, 17 points to 7. The Philippines yet to record a victory themselves. They lost to India 24 points to 5 in the last match of their group stages. So that was their chance to get on the board, and they went down to a very spirited, technically well-suited Indian team. Singapore working this edge nicely, and then with a chance early on, but the door closed on that outside run by Liana Ong. Raciel Sales, the player who was about to throw this in until Singapore's number 9, Ming Teo, decided to pretend that it was her turn. But not straight from the Philippines, unfortunately. Tough group that the Philippines were in yesterday. Hong Kong, China and Thailand, both putting them away before facing India, one of the teams new to this competition. Impressive first day from the Indian women. Two losses and one victory. They did look very good in their last group stage match yesterday. Now nipping round to the outside and then scooting in from Ming Teo, leading the Philippines by the first score and the 5-pointer. Strong platform provided for her, but Ming Teo with a classic scrum half score. Jing Chan kicks deep. Philippines' Nazareno kicks in reply. And this is a well-placed kick, actually. It's allowing the race to develop, and the Philippines are going to win it. Nazareno looking to go again. The ball is bouncing around. In support is Tudok. Wonderful breakout from the Philippines. They have to make this pay. Straightening of the line by Pearl Kelly. Legs are taken. Sales. Raciel Sales. Support is there. Pass on the inside to Kelly was on. Instead, she has to play scrum half. Mateo. Good step, and then Singapore have got in the passing lane to pinch it. And they can take a breath. Hugh Chong. This is the try scorer, Teo. They want to play from depth and see if they can go all the way. Good tackle on Tan. Ong. Teo. Switch with Chong. Good hands with these Filipino players, seeking them out. High tackle though from Kelly. Scrum called after the platform from which Teo scored. That's not surprising, despite how far Singapore are from their opponent's half, their opponent's try line. Looking to have the same effect. Teo thought, let's go for it, because they found so much space around the side of the scrum moments ago. Not nearly as good a platform, in fact. Philippines come right through it. Penalty, however. Teo will go and keep going and spotting a gap, but the tackling is good from Dixie Yu. Chong. Singapore heading into the blue jerseys. Kick to touch. Takes them almost up to the 22. Philippine Volcanoes, as the national team is known, looking for their first points on day 2 and looking to make this 9th place semi-final something they can really get their teeth into in the second period. Need a score before the break to give them confidence in that endeavour. Little step on the inside which Singapore might have overrun. Instead, Chu gets a tap and go, and Chu steps out of the first tackle. There's support as well. It's Kelly. It comes back for Sales, and Raciel Sales makes sure the moment turns into points, not just a fine piece of play. It's the moment that gets them back in the contest. Raciel Sales with the try. The Volcanoes have life now in Hangzhou, and they lead 7 points to 5 at half-time. It's another good contest in the 9th place semi-finals. Sri Lanka are the team who the winner of this one will face. Indonesia will face the loser of this match in the battle for 12th place, or 11th place rather. 11th, 12th ranking match will see Indonesia face the loser here. Philippine Volcanoes set for the scrum. And that Singapore strength comes through again. Little creak here, which means the ball's not that clean for the Philippines. They get a penalty. Tapping and going is Mateo. Kelly moves it on quickly. That's put down by Sales, and Singapore have the advantage. It's a well-structured rugby union setup that exists in Singapore. There's 3 domestic leagues, no less. There's rugby in schools too. It's got a lot of the right platform from which the sport can really develop, and this is developing nicely indeed for Singapore. Breaking on the outside, Jin Chang. Now Ong knows it has to move quickly. It doesn't go to hand. That'll help the Philippines realign. Jutan. Philippines have pinched it on the floor here, and Singapore are short-staffed in defence. That stricken player on the edge has come right back into things. That is Chan, who needed medical attention moments ago. Now it's taken back by Singapore. Chan is back up again, but in an attacking sense. Taken by the Philippines once more. It's turnover city in Hangzhou. And now assistance is going to be sought for a little while longer by Jing Chang, but she knew she had to get back in defence, and she made an important contribution, taking her place on the left wing and chasing down the Philippines as they look to move the ball to her area. When Chan is ready or replaced, then Singapore will get going again. Chan is back up. A couple of fakes in the midfield and a straightening of the line. Taken by the Philippines. Bravely done by Dixie Yu. Won that 50-50. Pass on the inside was going to no one. Ong. Done well, the number 11 today. Chan flies it out, good pass, 2 into the hands of Guan Ning. Philippines on the defensive, they've got hands on the ball here, but not wanting to risk a penalty, they let it go again. Singapore losing control, and this is mightily frenetic, as both teams desperately want to land this second try. In a tight contest like this, that might be enough for the victory. Lorimel Mateo. Needing a stronger platform than she's been given so far in the match by her forwards. That is a little better. Buchanan off the bench, influential member of this team yesterday. Nice wrap around. Mateo is hauled down. Chan doing the defence. Nothing wrong with her now. She is back up and running and at full pelt again. Knock on from Singapore. This is tight. This is scrappy. It's for the 9th place final to get to. It's being contested as if it's the cup final right now. Everyone desperate to gain a slender advantage and hope that that's enough. The surge forward from Buchanan. Great timing to bring her into proceedings. Ball is lost. Singapore now with a chance. And Chong. And she passes to Teo. She's got zippy feet. Chong again. Chan. It's a very impressively off the line, the Philippines defence. As this match goes deeper and deeper, their energy is good, but Singapore with a penalty, and this will allow them to go closer to the line. Not quite. Carry from Ning. Now the next pick and go might get there. They're held up over the line. Now the placement, and the ball is down, and the try is given. The Philippines couldn't have put up any tighter defence from close to the line, but still Singapore hitting the high notes. That's useful for Singapore. 12 points to 7. The Philippines have to convert their try to win outright if they are to take this victory. .30 seconds remaining. Efforts must be doubled and possibly tripled. Quite evidently, both nations were on the limit in that last phase of play anyway, so what they can draw upon now, I don't know. But they need to find something, the Philippines. Singapore get it back, however. They've had a touch more control about their play today, and this is brought from left to right. And a little check on the timings. And that is it. Teo puts it away. One of the try scorers for Singapore as they score a second victory of the campaign. This one sees them through to compete against Sri Lanka for 9th place later on today. We'll see the Philippines again, though, competing against Indonesia. The United Arab Emirates against India now in the 5th place semi-final. The UAE, one of the teams a touch unlucky not to make it through to the semi-finals of the Cup competition. They won 2 of their 3 matches yesterday, beating Sri Lanka and Malaysia, losing to the Chinese. Finishing second in their group, but only one of the 3 second place teams across the 3 groups was able to go through to the semi-finals, and that was Thailand. India with 1 victory from their 3 matches yesterday. A good victory against the Philippines, 24 points to 5. And losses to Hong Kong, China and Thailand, which weren't too far away either. It wasn't a case that they were overawed by those 2 nations. It's good speed, isn't it? Get that ball on the centre of the pitch, young man. Fine job. United Arab Emirates on the left-hand side and India on the right. It's a debut involvement in the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series for India, and they impressed on day 1, getting their first victory at this level. What does day 2 hold for them? The United Arab Emirates will be a stern test. Referee Sunny Lee, great experience in 7s, and she's in the centre. India to get things moving in this semi-final for 5th place, meaning that the winner will go through and possibly have a chance at picking up the ranking points for finishing 5th. And if not, they will be competing for 7th place, 7th, 8th playoff later on today. India get the ball back from kickoff, but UAE plying through the middle, and then Sophie Shams making sure she gets it back for her team. India quick off the line, aren't they, with Tudu, who wears 7. We'll have to watch out for her in attack today. She's very fast, and she's fast to get on the ball here. Wants to make India play at speed. Good pass too from Rout, another one of their fleet-footed resetting nicely and crowding the zone. UAE watching them well. Tap and go. Captain Yadav wears 4, wears the scrum hat. Engaging the defence and then getting the offload, and then numbers supporting. This is Tudu, this could be interesting. India going through the phases beautifully and then breaking the line with Shukla, and that is a excellent score. It's an opening to the match of the highest order. Bhumika Shukla, the try scorer, but they used their most dangerous weapons all together in combination. The pass to Shukla came from Tudu. So while the UAE were watching her, Shukla had more space to work with. Guriya Kumari, India's scrum half. UAE's power coming through at the scrum, and a penalty off the back of it. Maybe a chance for them to play. They've had precious little ball so far in the match. That's a lovely swerve from Mellish. India and Yadav pinching that on the floor. UAE just a little too far ahead of themselves after Mellish's break. Kumari straight into the action. There's numbers for India if they can work it to the left-hand side. Rai, good tackle on Tudu. Yadav needs support, gets it. They're under pressure here though, and that results in the kick. This is going to bounce though, and bounce favourably for India. Hard work on the floor from the UAE, but they're not rolling away, and India coming again, and 3-on-1 for India here. The step on the inside, then the pass, and it is more orchestral music from India. They are playing some tunes early on against the United Arab Emirates. And it's all lining up so sweetly. Well, it's like India never went home to their hotel or went to bed last night. They've just carried on playing exactly as they finished off yesterday. The momentum and the energy is exactly the same. But physically, the United Arab Emirates will test India at some point in this match. It needs to start soon. 90 seconds left of the first period. Penalty. A moment of calm for the UAE, but that moment passed all too quickly, or nearly did. India trying to keep that in. Instead, Sophie Shams wants to get the UAE going. If India can hold on until half-time, it'll be a significant boost to their chances. Good take off the top of the line out. Nice set piece work from the UAE. First opportunity for them in an attacking sense now, and they get numbers away to that right hand side. The overlap is created, then it goes forward, and with 10 seconds remaining of the half, India will have possession. Promising build up for the UAE. See the size difference at the scrum. Very well from this angle. They're having to really conjure up some kilos, this Indian forward pack, to compete with the UAE, but they are, and the hands are splendid from India. Now they're away with Routes, and Routes still going and knowing there's support on the inside. Mandi, Kumari, and this first half might get even better for India in their debut at the Asian Rugby 7 Series, and they're looking like seasoned veterans of it. So much composure to their game. Good defence from the UAE. Time is up, but they need every spare second. Madison Mellish puts the ball in, bit of a wheel, which allows her to comfortably pick up this ball, and then the crash, bang through the middle into the arms of Georgie Barber. And India trying to get this off the park, but that's in the end going to make it there. Not the direct route to kicking it off, but India closing out the first 7 minutes with a 12-point lead and playing terrifically. UAE with it all to do in the second half, trailing 12-0 in Hangzhou. Day 2 has begun a little difficultly for the United Arab Emirates. India working the ball to an edge here, and a straight run up to try and get into the UAE half. And the Mali route doing just that. Now the knock-on though, chance for the UAE to spin this. You've got to take these chances. Amanda Hamion into Tara Cooney's hands. The footwork to control it. And you're up quickly to whisk the legs away. Amina. Advantage for the UAE. Tap and go. This is Shams. Amina. India's cohesion though in defence, making life very tricky. That's a nice break though. And they're away. Melish is getting there. Lovely break from Madison Melish. The UAE's playmaker breaks the game open. The UAE start the second half in exactly the vein they needed to. 7 points behind India now. Plenty of time to work on that. Fascinating contrast of 7 stars as well. Physical proposition from the UAE. And the light-footed, high-tempo style being deployed by India. They've ripped this off though, the UAE, right from kickoff, and they're doubling their money with Shams. And they're on the surge now. Sophie Shams crossing. Conversion is good as well, so we're all square at 12 points each. Great contest now. India letting this bounce. A little risky in these conditions, but it still lands in their arms, and Ujwala Guge took that into contact at the breakdown now. UAE are much bolder, knowing that there's chances if they can get in at the contact point. India's skill level is so good though, and on the edge again, goes Rout, but she's slung into touch. The UAE wanted to go quickly, they're not allowed to on this occasion. Too difficult to call, isn't it? Both teams still with gas in the tank. Whoever gets possession and opportunity will surely take the victory. Steele in the line out now, that could give opportunity to India, but they just knock it on in the process, and it'll be a UAE scrum. So UAE forwards should comfortably sew this one up, although the scrum's been given back to India. Expect the power to be turned on here. A couple of changes. Firstly, Akanshka Katade reinforcing the scrum. And this needs to hold for India. Just about. They worked their blindside, interestingly. A couple of nice dummies, and then there's a chance here to get this away, and India break the line again. Melish tries to get in there to pinch the ball. Instead, Guge works it to the right-hand side. Space found, and numbers there in support. Good tackling from the UAE. Feverish in defence, sealing off their 22 like it's the try line. 90 seconds left to play. India against the UAE, with the winner going through to fight for 5th place. It's going to need a decisive moment, or we're into extra time. The UAE with a penalty. Georgia Barber is down. Yeah, no surprise, is it? To see the UAE bring the Indian forwards all together again. Trying to free up space on the field. It'll be decided some way or the other. The UAE with possession. Now a penalty. Over-eager from India. The second half has seen all the points scored by the UAE. The first was India's. Lovely skills here. Goodness me. A tap into her own hands. Now looking to find space on the edge, and some found. India get back to make the tackle. India making it a crowded field at the moment. UAE's Melish switches the play. Kick downfield. 2 in the race. 1 from India, 1 from the UAE. Picked up by the UAE. Wonderful recovery work. And they've gained all of 20 metres here. And there's an awful opportunity to work the overlap here. Hammy on. That's shelled by Melish. And so India with a chance before the final whistle goes. They're playing with house money. And this is just as good a chance to try to decide this match as they'll find in extra time, when it will be golden score. Effectively, that is what we're seeing now. And they're away. India, Sandarani Tudu has gone and broken the match for India. They land the final blow to beat the UAE. Now it's over. And India, at the end of what felt like 12 rounds of bare-knuckle boxing at times, have come out on top. The match winner, Sandarani Tudu, converts to beat the UAE. It is India in their debut competition who now have a second victory and a chance to go and try to secure 5th position. Kazakhstan and Malaysia in the second 5th place semi-final. So the two squads, Kazakhstan on the left, Malaysia on the right, in terms of our screens, but in reverse when it comes to on the pitch. Hello to our referee, Yuri New, and the ball boy as well. Malaysia in the red, with one victory yesterday against Sri Lanka and 2 losses. Kazakhstan with 2 victories and 1 loss. Kazakhstan with plenty of strong and seasoned campaigners in their ranks. Forward pass just at the point where a couple of players might have been released on an overlap. Malaysia and their chance to play. And the shirt coming off the back almost of the Malaysian winger. Kazakhstan yesterday beat Singapore as well as Indonesia quite comfortably, but they were also comfortably beaten by Japan. Japan, though, with so much World Series pedigree, they finished 5th on the 7 Series last year, a very elite level circuit for 7s around the world. So they are of a extremely high quality, fitness-wise, tactically, and they were put to the sword, Kazakhstan. The possession is for Malaysia. Nur Azian with the last carry. Penalty comes after it, and she goes again. That ball goes to the floor. Kazakhstan will get the scrum. And this Kazakhstan set up with some famous and familiar names from previous campaigns from Kazakhstan, the likes of Veronika Stepanuga, Oksana Shadrina, Aliona Drobovskaya. She's got the ball in her hands. Change of direction. Drobovskaya goes off by herself, though, using that footwork and then finding support, but it's put to the floor by Stepanuga. Scoot back. Malaysia, despite the presence of a sweeper for Kazakhstan, looking to chance things and maybe getting lucky here. And we'll come back. Drobovskaya throws it, but she was impeded. Rain having started to come down this morning in Hangzhou, and it has made things a little trickier to see the same kind of 7s that we saw yesterday. The weather means some of the passing needs to be a little less ambitious. Players need to stand that little bit closer to each other. Can't quite deliver the expansive gameplay that some of the nations, not everyone by any stretch of the imagination, but some prefer to deploy. It didn't prevent India too much in the last match from executing a really ambitious and fast-paced game plan. But as the dampness continues, it'll make it harder and harder for teams. Nur Azhar, scrum half for Malaysia, needing a stronger platform, and that's good enough. Good pressure from Kazakhstan, and that's an example of the conditions they're dealing with. Slipping out the front of the hand, and then, as if to underline it, how difficult it is to keep the ball, Kazakhstan knock it on themselves. Drobovskaya. Now that's gone to the floor, and it's so tricky. It not necessarily coming through on our screens, but when it rains at this time of year in China, it really can come down. We haven't seen anything like a deluge or much like that, but in between the sunshine in China at this time of year, you see some heavy rainfall. Hooked back. Malaysia with possession. Under pressure at every turn, however, the Malaysians. Almost better not to have the ball at the moment in this match, it seems. And maybe Malaysia thinking likewise. Drobovskaya. Super chase on Drobovskaya from Samsubari. And Malaysia have pinched it back, and they'll get another 10 metres. And they call for the scrum. Well, that is a statement of intent. Been under pressure at the scrum from this hefty Kazakh forward pack, but no hesitation at all from Nur Azhar. This is what she wants. She wants this platform, and it's her forward's job to give her the ball. They do just that, and she's got it away quickly. And this is put in behind here. This might work very nicely. The bounce up for Samsubari. She's looking for support. She needs it. It's Kazakhstan who get there first. As close as anyone's come to crossing the line in this first period, but still no score between Kazakhstan and Malaysia. second half. Points coming, we hope. Deep kickoff, and that is a difficult one to take. Noor Azhar, the latest to fall victim to the conditions. Good field position from Kazakhstan. Smart tactic to send this skyward, sending the forwards after it. Drobovskaya. Her pass is not taken. Noor Azian. Malaysia get it back. Hooks it back. Free kick to Kazakhstan. Malaysia not listening attentively enough to the referee's instructions. This goes down 2. So Malaysia will get another chance from the scrum to get things right. They're moving at speed, both Kazakhstan and Malaysia. A little too fast for the conditions. The ball is proving elusive for both teams. Noor Azhar. Now Malaysia's scrum have lost it outright. Kazakhstan have pinched it back. Can they force their will on this second half? Penalty. Drobovskaya. Oksana Shadrina is to the right of Drobovskaya. And there is Shadrina. Lovely line here. That one sticks. Anna Melnikova with the hard carry. And they're getting closer. Shadrina. Kamenkova. Melnikova. On the outside with Drobovskaya. Defence is desperate and holding for Malaysia, and they've won the turnover too. The first attack where the ball has really stayed in the hands, and Kazakhstan went through a number of different outlets to try and find the score, and all of them closed off by Malaysia. Noor Azhar's chance. Much better. Malaysia can try to relieve their lines. This is going to land them a little further down the field. Kazakhstan and Drobovskaya away. And now the turf is really slipping under their feet. Tap and go from Kazakhstan. 3 minutes remaining. The deadlock is surely going to be broken at some point. It's quite remarkable to be seeing a match played out like this. And what it might take is one team taking efforts to trim their sails a little and be less ambitious. Keep it oh so simple. But it's the kind of conditions where you don't want to play rugby, even sevens rugby, too close to your line. And Malaysia have tried to relieve the pressure by kicks downfield. They've got a lot of speed in their 7 on the field and in the squad, so just a long kick and chase might not be a bad tactic for Malaysia. Can't get this in. Now it's in, but it's out again, and Drobovskaya seizing onto it. Kazakhstan will get a scrum. It's a battle between two feverishly competitive number 9s, and Drobovskaya landing the important blow, which gives them the ball back. 2 minutes remaining. It's a battle between Kazakhstan, Malaysia and the clock. Drobovskaya tackled well by Asian. Then Tulgenova. And Malaysia making more ground when Kazakhstan have the ball than when they do. Improbably. Shadrina with that last carry. Ball's not out, so Malaysia have to be patient. More footing lost. Forward pass from Kazakhstan now. And Malaysia have advanced up the field when Kazakhstan have the ball more than when they have the ball. And quite remarkable to see a 0-0 scoreline 13 minutes into a match of 7s. It's going to be quite a finish when this one is eventually decided. Kazakhstan have pinched it. A scrum for Malaysia is really a scrum for Kazakhstan at the moment. Drobovskaya. Kazakhstan well set if they can keep the ball in hand, which has been the problem all match. Tulgenova taken down. Strong Malaysian defence again, but giving penalties away. No cards being shown yet. And Kazakhstan here, however, are going to make the play that surely wins the match. 10 seconds from time. They cross. Uncountable numbers of opportunities wasted and missed. But in the end, Kazakhstan have got the one that matters, the only one. Kazakhstan will go through to face India in the 5th place final later today. Malaysia will face the UAE. A rare scoreline in Rugby Sevens. Kazakhstan 5, Malaysia 0.
Ladies and gentlemen, this game has come to an end.
We move over to the men's side of the competition now, and the Philippines facing Uzbekistan. In so many ways, impressive days behind both these nations yesterday. Kazakhstan in their debut appearance at this competition, growing across the course of 3 matches. And the Philippines recording one of the best results of the day. A 24-all draw against the Republic of Korea. Dashtani Wong, the man in the middle for us today. This is the 9th placed semi-final. Winner goes through to have a chance to finish 9th and bag the ranking points that brings. Philippines with a very narrow loss to Chinese Taipei at the end of yesterday, one of the last matches on. So they face Uzbekistan. And Uzbekistan's Makhmetdinov gets them moving for the first time. Very physical team, very powerful pack of forwards. And with some fast and ambitious runners too. That's a nice offload from Makhmetdinov. Philippine Volcanoes, as they're known, with a really good all-court game, but in this kind of weather, it might be a little leveler for Uzbekistan. Their more direct approach might carry even more favour in these sorts of conditions. Big throwaway. And a second, and eventually he's hauled down. Good beginning this from Uzbekistan. Lovely break. And now the sweeper is being lined up. Powerful from Bakhtiyorov. Bouncing around. The Philippines desperate to try and get to grips with this Uzbekistan team. They're eyeing up a possible score early on. Here he comes again. Abduqadirov. The offload is good, and Uzbekistan are over. They show exactly why they're stepping up to the Asia Rugby 7 series. Tough conditions, and for the tough men of Uzbekistan, no problem. Uzbekistan score first against the Philippines. Great take in the air. That was by Clifford Dawson. Uzbekistan rifling through the ruck. Now the Philippines on the front foot with speed and ambition. Edlen Hernandez, jink on the outside, but he's taken out of bounds. Excellent beginning from Uzbekistan. Their first 3.5 minutes have played out perfectly. Olimjon Tulaganov with the throw. Tulaganov. No problem getting a comfortable set-piece ball for Uzbekistan. They haven't had too many problems against anyone in that regard. problems here though. Philippines shutting them down, keeping them in the 22. Jack on gear, Abdu Kodirov really brings impetus to the attack. Break downfield from Sokolov. Sergei Sokolov with one man to beat. His legs are whisked away. Good tackle from Amani Yobu. Ilya Sokolov. Another try scorer. Kola Kukilov. Staying on his feet. Abdu Kodirov, the next man to go. He'll do exactly the same, and tackles can be broken in the tight quite easily in this kind of weather. The jersey just slips in the hand. Conditions most certainly favouring Uzbekistan, because Philippines play fast and wide, neither of which we've seen to any great extent so far. Good scrum though from the Philippines to get that away. Imani Yobu wraps around. Now this is good speed. Imani Yobu breaks through. Now he has support as well. Wonderfully done to Ethan Moxley, and Moxley zeroes in on the score. Philippines on the money just before half-time. How they needed that. Conversion as well to take the lead for the Philippines. Kai Strom. High kickoff, difficult one to take. But Uzbekistan do take it and then secure the ball back from the ruck. Tulaganov, Sokolov. Good offload as well from Sergei Sokolov. Uzbekistan towards the end of the half running out of steam on that attack, but a fine first 7 minutes from Uzbekistan, and the Philippines replying, coming good towards the end of it. They lead 7-5. Ninth place semi-final. Finely balanced. Uzbekistan trailing by 2. In their debut involvement in the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series. And now they're at the stage, day 2, where they've settled. They know how to play to their own strengths. And they've played to them in this match. Hernandez. Philippines likewise in a similar position in that they understand so intuitively the best way for them to get to the try line, and that is to play expansively, even in these conditions. What a hit that is. Sobiron Kolakukov lined it up from a long way off, and that's given Uzbekistan the momentum here. Ilya Sokolov. Philippines have won this back, and a penalty. Sandoval. Shake and go. Strom. Sandoval. Actually works out better for the Philippines to let that ball hit the ground. Numbers can be worked over here, but there's also a gap right through the middle. Bursting it through is Jason Schrimmer. Uzbekistan understaffed in the centre of the field. And Schrimmer goes all the way under the poles. Carefully struck, and it moves the Philippines more than a single score ahead. Well-weighted kickoff. 1. Seddon with the catch. Strom with the wide pass. Good dart from Amani Yobu and Moxley. Lining up very deep, the Philippines, giving them more time to assess where the opportunities are. That was forced a little, and a forward pass, but they had the advantage. Amani Yobu takes it with Uzbekistan unaware of what he was planning. Moxley was on the same page, but it's the weather which wins that encounter. Grease on the ball. Too much even for Ethan Moxley's handling skills. Philippines are the reigning champions from the tier below this Asian Rugby 7 series. They won the trophy last year and would have qualified outright, but they are here through the expanded format anyway. This is an expansive piece of play from Uzbekistan. Burst through the middle, now a run for the line, and they're going to score. Murajon Machinov with the wheels to bring Uzbekistan all 5 points. Ilya Sokolov. Trying to send this over. It doesn't much matter in truth because they needed another score anyway. Doesn't go forward. Philippines with 1:45 up on the scoreboard by 4. In these conditions, difficult to control the ball for that amount of time or anywhere near it. But another score from them will seal things. Moxley gets going with that ambition. The big fend to throw away Uzbekistan and Abdulaziz Nuraliev, and they knock it on. Last 60 seconds. Uzbekistan within reach of delivering their first ever win at this level in their debut participation in it, and they're 4 points down, but with ball in hand and conditions that might favour them. Switching it back to Sokolov. The Philippines see the indecision in Uzbekistan ranks and trying to shut things down further. Good hands here initially. Sandoval hacks it forward. Long way to go here from Uzbekistan. Kalandarov up from the back, but there's pressure on here. Dayton Amani Yobu fumbling around with the ball. Advantage for Uzbekistan. Somehow this is working out for the boys in green. And there's an overlap here. And now there's a real opportunity. Mahmoud Kalandarov keeps it alive. Has the support from Abdu Kodirov. Kalandarov gets it again. They're going backwards. It's messy, but it's still there for them. Back up to halfway. And Uzbekistan still trying, still with the aim of crossing the line and maybe securing the victory. Time off, says the referee. So this isn't over yet. Yellow card. It'll be 7 against 6 for the remainder. We're on the limit. There's no room for errors from Uzbekistan, but life has got that touch easier. In these conditions, it might be all they need. The scrum should be a formality for Uzbekistan. So Mahmoud Kalandarov makes sure he knows where it's going after that. This is a wonderful opportunity for Rugby in Uzbekistan. In their debut competition, they can go here and score the victory. They're first against a team of the caliber of the Philippines. They've got it out on the wide outside. They're going to do it. It's run home by Azikon Nuriliev. Uzbekistan with the victory. They down the volcanoes, the Philippines, at the very death. precision in the wet, performance under pressure. And they really have given the honour of shooting for goal. It matters not. 15-14. The numbers that spell a famous win in the wet in Hangzhou for Uzbekistan and rugby in the country. In Hangzhou now, it's time for Thailand to face Singapore. It's the second time the two nations meet after Thailand won the first encounter, 7 points to 5. They met in the group stages then. And they meet in this semi-final for 9th place. The winner will go through to face Uzbekistan. So Oh Shengang, the referee at the heart of things. Now the conditions, as we've been seeing, if you've been following our coverage this morning, having a massive say in proceedings, stifling the Slick Sevens ability of all teams out on the field today. It has favoured some nations. It has acted as a bit of a leveller. But for Singapore and for Thailand, one doesn't expect it to aid their performance. And right from the off, Singapore conceding a yellow card for a collision in the air. So Thailand playing against 6 players for the next 2 minutes. Really close first match. Thailand won that by just 2 points. So the revenge opportunity for Singapore. But right now it's about holding on and not conceding early on. Plugging the gap of that 7th man who's in the bin. And Thailand spotting all sorts of gaps, however. Now Kragke Yang. Kragke Yang, he's a powerful man. He's bundled into touch by another powerful man. Superb tackle from Jonathan Wong. He's met the floor with considerable force, Jonathan Wong, and gingerly hobbling around after that. Daryl Liao with the line-out under some pressure. They go all the way over the top. Jeff Idin is their playmaker, the number 6, particularly trying to get it in his hands straight away. Scrum in the end for Thailand. Power play for Thailand, and they spurn the chance, although penalty comes. Tap and go from close range. They have to take it from the mark. Can Singapore survive? They'll go back up to 7 if they survive this phase. Spun to the left for Thailand. Janda off the floor. Numbers here. The draw and give. If it's good, we'll see the try scored. And it is. Polpathapi touches down for the first time. No conversion from Thailand. It does look like Thailand are taking to day 2 without their very talented playmaker and stepper-in-chief, Sirawat Wizakitakorn. Not on the field from the start, so we can only assume that that's due to injury. Which, if it is the case, we wish him all the very best for a quick recovery. He was terrific for Thailand yesterday. Jeffidin looks to break and almost gets away. Loopy old pass, but it gets to where it needs to go. Jonathan Wong steps back. Wong again. Big pass here and space found. Good option. Jonathan Liao. Tackling from Thailand. Forces maybe a chance, but knocking on in the process of the tackle. Darryl Liao. Fine pass off the deck in these kind of conditions. Good pass through from Jeffidin. And Singapore force an opening on the left-hand side. And they get the penalty off the back of it. Liao, Julian Liao. Nice speed from Liao. Darryl this time. He's over halfway. Support from Singapore. This is nicely building from Singapore. Thailand's defence comes up. That's gone backwards, importantly. Andriesh. Jeffidin just taps it back. Losing control slightly of this attack. But maybe putting things back together again. Thailand on the floor here, and they've been given the penalty. Excellent scrabbling from Sada Teratianwarakit. The number 19 gets the plaudits from his teammates. Strong scrum from the Thais. Hack forward, bounces it off and into Singapore hands. So Liao and Singapore. Have to work so hard, this Singapore team. Lovely opening up through the middle, and it is coming, the breakaway. Support is excellent from Jonathan Wong. Wong will scorch the wet turf here and dive in. Surely Singapore will take the lead after that conversion. No dive for Wong. Happy to keep his knees and jersey clean. They do lack an out-and-out pace man, Singapore, and therefore they have to work that much harder for their points. But they take the lead over Thailand 7-5. A reversal of the scoreline we saw in their group stage match when Thailand won by 2 points. Half-time called. Singapore leading 7-5. The winner of this encounter will face Uzbekistan in the 9th place final. The loser will face the Philippines and compete for 11th and 12th placing. Singapore with a useful start to this second half, and the ball back. Jeffedin. Wong offloads to Daryl Liao. Wong in support. Julian Liao. Thailand say thank you very much. The ball left on a plate by Liao. Thailand get it back. And using Chip Pavanana school. And they are missing the talents of Siddharwat Wizakitikorn. Not exactly his conditions either, given the footwork he likes to lay on, but not just his footwork that they are without, also his vision and passing skills. Daryl Liao's line out doesn't go straight. Time off for a couple of substitutions. Guao Kiao gets it away from the scrum quickly, and then the yellow jerseys Swoop to the right-hand side. Thailand having to fight hard to keep hold of their own possession. Janda. Janda finds the pass onto the left-hand side, and Kwao Kiao. The forwards hammering onwards for Thailand. Support from Teratian Warakit. Kwao Kiao. Good pass from Krag Kiyang. Spinning and keeping his feet is the try scorer, Paul Pathapi. Interception here. Singapore being called back. He'd set off a little early. And offside was the decision. Worth a go, you'd probably say. In a part of the field where giving away an offside like that won't necessarily cost you, but securing the breakaway try at that point might well have sealed the necessary points for Singapore in this. They might already have sealed the necessary points in this, given the conditions and the fact that in the dry it was 7-5 in the group stages yesterday, but to Thailand. Jonathan Wong is off for Singapore. His presence has been impactful. Thailand's Kiao Kiao picks and goes to the right-hand side. The first defender is beaten. Knock on, out of contact. We are seeing much lower scoring today, thanks to the weather. But we're seeing tighter matches, thanks to the weather too. Singapore scrum. Smart option to boot this downfield. It bounces before going out. The referee's whistle had gone though. So what was that for? Offside? Thailand with a great chance is the upshot with 2.5 minutes to play. Janda with the physical power. Singapore come to meet him. Only thing to do with a blockade of a runner like Sarat Janda. Chokun fighting. Paul Pathapi. He scored the first try and he's close again. And they're over. Singapore's defensive line breached by Teratian Warakit. And Thailand go in front again. It is trench warfare at the moment in these conditions in Hangzhou. Teratian Warakit with the requisite power for the try line to be breached. .90 seconds to run and 3 points the difference. Singapore not out of this. Good distance, good chase. Excellent way to restart from Thailand. Singapore have it back, however, and Jandu slinging Singaporeans away. penalty, however. 40 seconds remaining. Singapore behind, but importantly with the ball and with their fastest, sharpest attacking talents on the ball in Jeffedin. He's not going to win this race though. There was a push in the back, I think. Somewhere. So the referee wants to have a look at the TMO at something. And this must be serious to be calling in the TMO. It was serious. It was a tug on the shirt leading to a yellow card. With 6 seconds remaining, Singapore face Thailand, who are down to 6. And Jeffedin wants Singapore to move to the edge. A score here, and Singapore will seek revenge for the 7-5 loss at the group stages. Despite the conditions, they're playing expansively. Tom Chamberlain with that last carry. Chong Ya Tieng, the substitutes will have their say in this matter. Jeffedin is lurking in the scrum hat. Hands on the ball here. Teng. High-octane conclusion to this encounter between Thailand and Singapore. The quality of the handling is excellent from Singapore. Can they see this through? Moving to the right-hand side. Puts it on the toe. Out to the edge here. This is it for Singapore. It's glory at the end. A slide in to finish for Gideon Key. And they exact the revenge on Thailand from the group stage loss. And to do it in that fashion, a piece of play in these kind of conditions, you can only say bravo. They reserved their very best for the dying stages of the encounter. 12-10, Singapore beat Thailand. Singapore will go through to face Uzbekistan now in the contest for 9th place. UAE against Korea up next. Fifth place semi-final, both Korea and the UAE, with up and down days yesterday. Tetsuya Hirakawa, the referee, as the UAE's captain. Saikusa Naisai has the ball in his hands. Well, they lost to Malaysia in their first match yesterday the UAE, and Korea, meanwhile, drawing their first match to the Philippines. Both of those results rather did for them in terms of semi-final hopes for the cup final. They are starting on day 2 with more purpose and more points. It's the captain, Naisao, who profits from a little imprecision from Korea, who play a really fast brand of rugby. UAE play a little more directly. Those conditions might suit the UAE more today. But interestingly, across the course of the matches we've seen since the weather has changed, it has been the teams that have been a little bit more ambitious that have been rewarded. India beating the UAE in the women's competition with the last play of the game. That long set of phases that Singapore have just delivered to secure victory against Thailand, all coming from ambition despite the conditions, not because they played them sensibly. Lovely hands. Korea are doing and following the same script of seeking out opportunities despite the way the weather is falling for them. Lovely support line. UAE with the penalty though. Tobias Oakley. Naisao. Muhammad Ali. He's got some speed and he's certainly had his say in matters in the group stages. The number 7 for the UAE. So Oakley. Naisao says to his winger, go after this, Muhammad Ali. And he's bounced it off the knee. Ali with the speed and the quality on target again. The UAE's lean machine with their second score. UAE's Aaron Dubois gets them going, and Korea really being put under an awful lot of pressure here. Pressure on the scoreboard, pressure out on the field in defence. Almost the interception. Allowed to play. Oakley's going to get it, and he will storm forward. It is all green for the UAE. They are tearing through Korea. Look at the scoreline here. This is the first half, remember. 19-0. The UAE scored a 15-a-side victory against the Republic of Korea this season in the Asia Rugby Championship, 15-a-side. And they are putting them to the sword in sevens here too. Ali with the short pass, good tackle on Dubois. Back to Nice out, who really fancies scoring tries in any which way at the moment. Everything's coming off, so he tries a kick for himself. Really heavy collision here. Korea's Park Gyun-yu. He's going to stay in. Oakley's back. And support with him, but doesn't use Dubois. Now teammates are reset for the UAE. It feels like they can do anything at the moment, the United Arab Emirates. Now this man really can. Mohammed Ali gets the motors going again. Penalty Korea. Jong Yun-suk, and Jong is going to put Korea on the board here. Top rate speed, and Korea needed him there to give themselves a chance in this fifth place semi-final. Just before the break, an important score for Korea. They're not out of this by any stretch. There's plenty of chance for them to come back into things. Something before the buzzer would be useful. But certainly the first half has been the show of the UAE. It's their best 7 minutes of the competition so far. They've put everything together with near perfect precision. They lead 19-7. Second half, Kim Hyun-jin kicks Korea off. Oakley to Naisao. Bradley James is on for the UAE. Ali. No space for even him to work those magical feet. Korea pinch it off, Muhammad Ali, and take it out to their own showstopper in Jung Yun-suk. Pressure from the UAE in defence. Oakley was up quickly, and so Korea have to go back to the left-hand wing using Kim. They can't afford to start slowly in the second half, Korea. Lee Junyi. Taken well by Lee Jinkyu. Oh, this is nice. And the reach for the line, not required. Wasn't close enough. Now the support in the backs is here. It's Ali on the corner for the UAE defending. It's Jung Yun-suk for Korea. And they handle the test level winger very well indeed, the UAE. Switch in the middle, and that goes to the floor. UAE survive. No frailties in this UAE's defence, is there? No tears in the patchwork in defence. Stepping out of that tackle. Good chance here with the 3-on-2. Now the 2-on-1, and it is going to be Jung Yun-suk. Try number 2 for the number 14. Well executed. UAE resistance in the end, having to concede. Slotted from distance as well. Both tries converted for Korea, just 5 points behind. They were 19-0 down at one point in the first half after Oakley's score. The comeback trail is looking promising for Korea. And they re-win the kickoff, and here he comes, bursting through the middle. Ali is back. Has he brought him down with enough momentum? No. The conditions allow Lee Junyi to slide in. It's a hailstorm from Korea. And this for the lead now. Sight on goal is good, it's in off the bar. 21-19, Korea incredibly in front of the UAE. Kim Hyun-jin kicks Korea off, and this time they don't need it back, so they go deep and ask the UAE to run it back. Nice out. Penalty. Dubois. The float is a good one. Brings Janes into matters. Nice out at speed. He'll burst the line. Fires the offload, but into Korean hands. That's Kim Chan-ju. And this is Hwang In-jo. Has to be watched well in these conditions. Oakley putting pressure on. Now Jong. Dances away from two tacklers. Then looks to take on Oakley again. He's done really well there. Jagging in field is Lee Junji. Tap and go, Janes. He's a powerful man. He'll look to physically confront Korea. UAE springing into action again. This is Muhammad Ali. He's done it once before. It's Ali on the bend. The cornering superb from this fastest of sports cars in the UAE garage. The conditions don't matter to Muhammad Ali. He floats and stings all at the same time. Long ranger for the conversion. 24-21. What a match we've seen. And what a match we're continuing to see. Not over yet. 10 seconds to go. Korea needing to go the distance. Comfortably taken at the back. They've got the weaponry to do it. Nice Sao with a big hit. They've got the fitness to do it too. Good stepping ability and then desire to get off the floor. Overlap here. Muhammad Ali defending. And he's not going to make the first tackle. He gets back. Superb in the end. Ali's done it. He floors his opponent. And the UAE up, down, but in the end on top of Korea. 24-21. What a match in Hangzhou. Malaysia next against Chinese Taipei to see who will face the UAE in the 5th place final. Malaysia in the red, Chinese Taipei in the blue. And the ball being delivered by this young man in the blue as well. Socks pulled high. Excellent rugby etiquette. Top button done up as well. Love to see it. All compliments to you, young man, and all compliments to wherever you are watching from around the world. It is great to have your company here in Hangzhou. Chinese Taipei in the blue, getting ready. Malaysia in the red. Malaysia, obviously Francisco Camisa in the middle. Malaysia with 2 wins from 3 matches yesterday, beating the UAE and Uzbekistan. With a really impressive squad that contributes from all corners, actually. Not just the front 7 that are selected, they make changes that improve the side as the match goes on as well. It's quite the proposition for opponents. And Chinese Taipei with some real stars of the game here in Hangzhou. Stars of the competition, certainly, that we saw yesterday. So Malaysia, Mohamed Razli and Saeed, and then Zamani. Turnover. Malaysia storming into things. This is Saeed, and this is Zizi. Mohamed Zizi. Oh, he's top again. Mohamed Zizi from the very start. First 60 seconds and this man's already shining. Chinese Taipei finishing yesterday with a 19-17 victory over the Philippines to finish 3rd in their pool. They saved the best to last after improving across the course of the day. They were definitely the most improved nation across 3 matches, getting better and better. And they have to take another step up here against Malaysia. Arriving well to use Jin Yi Lin. Nice offload here, and this man is lightning fast. Cha Jung Shi. What a pass that is off the left hand in these wet conditions. Draw and give is excellent. This is Liu Yushan. He can't keep hold of the ball in contact. Adine Barudian is the scrum half for Malaysia. Back to Saeed, and Zizi skids this across the grass. Life begins at the back for Chinese Taipei. That first attempt to break the line, though, from Guo En. Doesn't lead to much. They'll skip and a go, and Chinese Taipei, for a moment, through the line. And that looked like it was again charging Shi. He wears number 5, charging Shi, and scored a mesmeric try yesterday. Also copped a bit of an injury in the aftermath to it, and maybe that's what we're seeing here again, a renewal of that. He's staying down. Scrum holds again. Foot of the prop from Malaysia knocked it out of the scrum half's hands. That's not going to be allowed. Malaysia finished 6th last year in the Asia Rugby Sevens series over 3 legs, and they're competing for 5th place here in Hangzhou, so they're about the same level as they were competing at last year. But a bit of stability is no bad thing, because they've recently been relegated from the Asia Rugby Championship 15-a-side competition after 5 years in the competition. They can't hold on to that status in 15s, unfortunately. Nicely done. And then Chinese Taipei set off, show and go, and that flash of the white ball, but it stayed in hand. Lin has a massive pass on him, this rangy number 1. He'll come back. They're exciting because they are unpredictable, Chinese Taipei. And this man back on his feet, and absolutely impossible to read what he'll do next. Charging Shi, number 5 for Chinese Taipei. He stays out in the backs. Guo En. Line out lost though by Taipei. Comfortably winning that battle in the air, but just not to bring it back down. Zizi those dropped it, and Taipei have smuggled this backwards, and they're close. Offload is there, and they'll score this here. Touching it down is Wang Chia-Xin. Malaysia conspiring against themselves, stamping on their own feet. No conversion for Taipei. But they're on the board just before the half is out. The referee wants to have a check of something here before getting going again. Oh, he's happy. Nicely claimed in the air and then palmed backwards. Zamani, number 6, who carried it forward. This is Zizi, and Zizi just hacks it downfield. Something for Saeed to chase. And Taipei resorting to pragmatism, not something that we've seen too much of. Yeah, and I mean that in a good way from Chinese Taipei across the course of this competition. They often choose the excitement option. That time they bank what they have. 7-5 at half-time. It's well set up, this contest. 2 points in it again. Tight matches, match after match at the moment. It means everything's still on the line come the final minute in most cases. What will it be like in this one? Chinese Taipei win the restart, then lose possession. Zizi takes it away. Mohamed Zizi, hard man to pull down unless you go low. Good carry from Zizi, then Zaidi. This hasn't gone forward. Chinese Taipei with the penalty. Malaysia getting it wrong at the ruck. Charging Shi. Over the top of the despairing dive. Goalkeeper S trying to tap that over the bar. Taipei will get the line out. Not straight from Taipei. Mohamed Zizi waits for the ball to get to him. Now it's under his control. Set play sees Malaysia wrapping rounds, but that wasn't executed with enough depth, and Chinese Taipei swarming over Malaysia. This is how Zizi likes it. Things broken up a little bit more. The break through from Zamri. Good tackle from Guo. Barudian. Barudin again. Another penalty. Zamri bringing lots of speed to proceedings. There was numbers to the right, wasn't there? He was tucking it under his arm. Little show to go by himself for Mohamed Saeed. Zizi, if they can get this further out here, there'll be a good chance for Malaysia. Zamri, numbers coming round the corner. Sudin is one of them. Now Razli. Razli's leg still not under his control. Good tackle from Wang. One of the try scorers for Chinese Taipei, the only try scorer. This is Zizi who offloads, and this is surely going to be the try for Malaysia. It's got to be put down. It is in the end. Ammar Zamri. 2 touches of the football, but he scores the goal. This man Zizi, central to everything Malaysia do. And he almost got that one in himself, but kept it alive well enough. Malaysia more than a score ahead of Chinese Taipei after that conversion. And that would be very useful indeed. 2:20 to run. Mohamed Zizi. His kickoff has a good weight to it. Lin. Passing is good from Wu, and Chinese Taipei are striking back quickly, and this is how they operate, suddenly out of nothing. The cogs turn quickly, and in a flash of blue, Chinese Taipei are running the red shirts around the fields, and the knock-on comes. An injection of speed, a welcome injection from Taipei. But no try. Taipei spread the play, and that's fine on the outside. A shift of the gears, keeps his feet, spins. Malaysia somehow hold on to the shirts, and Zizi dives in to try and pinch the ball. He's going to suffer the consequences for that. Surely there's a case for a penalty try, because a certain try would have been scored. 7 against 6 for 46 seconds. That'll be Mohamed Zizi's match over. power play for Taipei. Lin. Nice carry to set this up. Just hands will do this here, and Chinese Taipei swoop in. Conversion not really needed. Real case not to worry about this. (14-10). Long kickoff with seconds remaining, and Malaysia not entirely sure what to do with it. Catch was taken by Zaidi. Now it's back on Taipei's side. The ball is kicked out. The buzzer goes. The knock-on from Malaysia. No end to the match. Taipei with a chance from the scrum. 3 players come forward. This is it for Chinese Taipei. Another close run affair. They are the newcomers to the Asia Rugby 7 series. Debut competition. They won their first match last night. Hung wants to add to that tally of victories. Huang. Tackled well by Malaysia. But if they get this from left to right, it's gone backwards. Speed here in the wings with Wu Yuan. Oh, he's tackled brilliantly. And hammered to the floor, and it's a contest. Penalty though. Knock on from Malaysia, and that ends the match. Malaysia celebrate in strange circumstances, having committed the mistake, but they have seen themselves home. With 6 players, they finished the match against Chinese Taipei. They go through, and they will compete for 5th place. Another close and enjoyable match. And more coming up as we move to the semi-finals now of the cup competition, starting in the women's side of the draw. It's China, it's Thailand, it's the hosts against the team which qualified as the best second place finisher in the group. And China with such a strong squad. They include one of the top try scorers of recent seasons for China in Chen Ke-yi, number 7. Watch out for her. For Thailand, they have their own talents, particularly number 6, Nunchaporn Yodya, and number 8, Wanari Michok. Thailand finished second in their group, just behind Hong Kong, China. The People's Republic of China are such a formidable outfit in women's sevens, and they have so much experience from the elite circuit. Chen Ke-yi kicks off. First women's semi-final in Hangzhou. And it's the hosts who are putting early pressure on in defence. Chen Ke-yi looking to hold up Thailand. And they win the penalty early on. The stands alive for this Chinese team. The rain having stopped as well. Still a bit greasy underfoot, but easier to play expansive sevens right now than it was an hour ago. Strong platform. Spun down by Du Xinrong. Tackle from the back, which would have been felt as the Chinese player fell to the floor. Here's Du Xinrong. Picked up well by Ma Xiaodan. Penalty Thailand. And they can look to challenge the Chinese. Lovely shape to the dummy from Thailand's number 10, Nadathip Manasai. That's Michok, wearing number 8. She's had a very good competition again, and she points out to the referee that her teammate needs a new contact lens. China in great form yesterday, as you can imagine. 3 victories from 3 against the UAE, Malaysia and Sri Lanka. No points scored against them whatsoever. And they scored over 30 against both UAE and Malaysia, and over 40 against Sri Lanka. Meanwhile for Thailand, they had a 27-0 win over India, 60-0 against the Philippines, and a 21-17 loss to Hong Kong, China. Slow down to proceedings after the injury. But now they'll go back to it, and the pace will start to increase again. Michok kicks this ahead. China beginning from just in front of their 5-metre line. Good chase from Thailand. Back to the left-hand side they go. Zhang. It's not gone forward. Good hands from China. Support on the inside as well. Chen Ke-yi keeps it alive. Thailand landing shots here though, and forcing a knock-on. That is committed and well-read defence from the Thais. Good performance this so far against the posts from Thailand, making sure that they're not giving anything over easily to the host nation. China and Japan having both gained experience and plenty of it on the World 7 Series. 2 standout nations on paper. Thailand, however, giving as good a run for China's money as possible at the moment. Wandi in scrum half. Wonori Michok plays it away. Good break through the very middle of the park. Nawakawa. And they're sucking China onto them, but China accepting that challenge and now holding up the player. It was turned into a maul initially, but now it's just effectively a tackle. But it was made into a maul by the second Thai player entering, then leaving. And that's why China get the ball back, because the maul was called and they'd held that up. fed into the back. China pick it and go. Now the speed is upped. Are we going to see them hit their stride properly for the first time? The charge towards the line is thwarted by Thailand. They get back in good numbers. Chen Ke-Yu is waiting for it on this side, and she'll get it, but she's knocked into touch in the process. And Thailand keep on closing doors on this formidable Chinese outfit. It's terrific defense. It's coming at a cost for Thailand. They're having to dig so deep, and they're taking some body blows whilst doing it. But they are frustrating and thwarting China, and there is every chance that if they keep doing that, they have a realistic hope of making the final. Need to find each other here. China are so good at seizing on mistakes. There can be none if they are to come through this semi-final. And there can be none if they are just to get out of this position on the field. A little bit of space found here. That's brilliantly done. That's relieving the pressure. Huang Kid tries to smuggle that backwards, but she's told she's done that illegally. China's called the scrum. Had the penalty, but want to go for the scrum. Line out in these conditions is a little riskier, so it's a smart move. Solid, and the platform from which to go, and the backline move does find Chen Ke-Yu in the end, but she's knocked it on in contact, and it wasn't the slick, well-timed manoeuvring and passing from China that we might expect. It's been Thailand's half so far. Thanachporn Wandi to feed the scrum. Last play of the half. Wanari Michok sends this downtown and sends a couple of chasers after it. What does the bounce do? It's bouncing around. Thailand might get this back. China working hard to bring it under control, and they get the scrum. But that'll be half. And Thailand ending it as the team in the ascendancy against the odds. The first women's semi-final of the cup competition is looking for the first scorer. China and Japan, the two nations on paper who are favourites for the Asian Rugby 7 series overall on the women's side of things. And here in Hangzhou, though, you might put the Chinese as favourites, given the home effect. And here they've got the crowd roaring in approval. The first score incoming for the Chinese. They go the length. And the try scored by Wang Wanyu. A lovely move from China, characteristic of their precision off a set piece. And their fitness levels to see that one home in these heavy conditions. They are like a team of track stars, this Chinese team. Everyone has a sprinting pedigree behind them. But in these kind of conditions, it's hard for teams to benefit from their faster players. Conditions are able to level things off a little bit, and speed doesn't become quite the asset that it is in the dry. Power becomes a little more important in these types of days on a sevens field. But China have made their athletic prowess pay there for the first score. Thailand under pressure in defence, well lined up. Manasai. And they feel the need to kick to relieve. China get it straight back, however. And China move it out to the edge. And Chen Ke-yi escapes. Looks for a big fend. And then has to go looking for friends to help her out. Good press from Thailand. That's a nice step on the inside, however. China unpicking Thailand again. Zheng Li. Pass now from Ma Xiaodan. Chen Ke-yi again. That's fine work from the number 7, and China are going to be scooting home through the wet and the rain and scoring with Du Xinrong. Chen Ke-yi and Du Xinrong together, carrying so much experience. And a combination which yields the second score. The 7 series insignia on the right arm of Chen Ke-yi. If any of her opponents were in any doubt as to her and her team's calibre, that's a reminder. Good height on this. Difficult for Thailand to know what to do with it. In the end, they have no choice. And the hits keep on coming from China. They are lining up these yellow jerseys, seeing life clearly, and then robbing the ball and getting it back. Wong Yu taken down a couple of meters short. Ma Xiaodan, Du Xinrong, Chen Kei's on the edge here again. Is she going to finish this herself this time? She does. The woman who does this more often than anyone else in Chinese colours scores again. And that's a pinpoint restart from Chen Kei too. Taken well though by Thailand. Taken forward by Dion Akwaya. Penalty at the contact point. And China have stamped their authority all over this second period. They are heading for the final. Hong Kong, China and Japan in action next up on the other semi-final lineup. And then after that, the two men's semi-finals that follow. Again, Hong Kong, China and Japan both in the mix there too. Chinese men as well. And then Sri Lanka as well, featuring in the top four for the men's competition. Chen Kei storming forward, and no one within touching distance of her. She gets a second, and they are looking every inch the high caliber machine that they are, this Chinese team. It's all clicked in the second half. Off the boot of Chen Kei, but not on the scoreboard. 22-0. Just 10 metres. Again, well timed. Now, Thailand on the breakout. And surely here, their first points in the last play of the game. It's Dion Akwaya from the restart. Outpacing everyone in the Chinese ranks. And Thailand get a score at the very end of the match. $22 to 5. It will finish for China. They are through to the final later on today. The first team to book their place in it. 22-5 against Thailand. Who's next? Hong Kong, China or Japan? The second women's semi-final. Some familiar names in the Hong Kong China team and in Japan's. The likes of Stephanie Chan, Shana Forrest, Natasha Olsen-Thorn for Hong Kong China. And for Japan, Michiyo Suda and Sakura Mizutani have been leading their charge. Yesterday, Sonny Wei Ming Lin is our referee. Japan, finishing sixth on the World Series last year, the top echelon of the Global 7 Series. They won promotion a couple of years back and have gone on from strength to strength. They're not with all their firepower here in Hangzhou, but it's a very, very good outfit. And Hong Kong China, 3 wins from 3 on day 1 in their pool stages too. But this is going to be a big test for them. Chong Kai-yan, number 11 for Hong Kong China, really fast open field runner. But the ball is pinched off her on the floor. There's Suda in the 9 jersey. Good hands from Japan. Not so good hands on the next phase. Now they reset. Strength here from Saigusa and knocked into touch. Olsen-Thorn closing doors in defence. Scrum for Hong Kong China. Well, good afternoon to you if you're watching on from Japan or from Hong Kong. Equally so if you're watching on from anywhere else around the world as well. But it's great to have your company wherever you are here in Hangzhou, as the business end of the day really starts to kick in. The business end of the competition will be playing finals up until 6 p.m, 7 p.m. local time in Hangzhou. Miscarry from Maggie Ah-Young, and the top scorer in the competition on the left wing, Julia Oyana, now on the ball for the first time. Chong Kai-yan, well set backline for Hong Kong, but Japan choosing their moment well and moving the ball quickly away and putting speed on things as two. Cutting back, that's excellent from Japan. So fast to bring in Yazaki, and the ruck speed is non-existent here. 2-on-1 and gaps opening up through the middle. Japan with the first try in the semi-final. Mizutani. Rugby at breakneck speed. And Japan at 7-0 over Hong Kong China. China awaiting the winner in the final later on, having defeated Thailand. Hong Kong get it back. Ah-Young. Important for them that they get their hands on the ball straight after conceding. But they've conceded a penalty and the pace keeps coming from Japan. Relentless energy reserves. Ah-Young is clever. Nam Kaman. Oyana. Oyana stepping out of the first tackle, then feeding the supporting line of Stephanie Chan. Oyana now seals off. Good play from the number 4. Olsen-Thorn, Ah-Young knocks it on. It was so promising from Hong Kong, China. Strong scrum from Japan, and then peeling around, engaging the defences. The scrum half, the hands are excellent, and Japan are away again. And that is set piece perfection, following exactly the chalk marks on the whiteboard when this one was drawn up. And in real life, it looks even better. Conversion slides to the right, but 90 seconds left to run in the first half, and Japan have set out their stall. Good distance on this, and the challenge in the air, nice too. Not much that Hong Kong, China can do at the moment because Japan's accuracy is too high. When a team is accurate like this, it's just so difficult to get a foothold in a match. Whisked away. Then the carry through the middle, the stepping through the middle too. Koide with the last carry. Now they look to be a bit more expansive. The cut back, dusting players off as they go through the middle. This is splendid from the Sakura Sevens. They are lighting up the pitch here in Hangzhou. There's another chance on the edge here. They're going to see this through. And Marin Kajiki with the yellow top on the scrum hat. They are shining lights in the competition, Japan. Wonderful first 7 minutes. Nothing Hong Kong, China can do to hold a candle to Japan at the moment. Conversion just falls short, but nothing falling short about Japan. They are at exactly the right level, promising great things and on their way to the final. Hong Kong making some calculations about how to get back into proceedings. It's not an equation that's easy to solve. Japan let that bounce, but get a little lucky with the bounce. There's the try score at the end of the first half, Kajiki. Finding Julia Oyana with some space has got to be part of the plan, at least for Hong Kong. And maybe with that in mind, they choose the scrum, keeping Japanese forwards over on this side of the field. Swooped off the floor, and then Stephanie Chan buys a pass into the midfield. Instead of going out wide, they go through the midfield and encounter the Jacklers of Japan. Lovely balanced step into the inside from Hirano. Kajiki not risking it, instead taking the direct line. Sakura Mizutani is going all the way downtown in Hangzhou. Swooping to score again, the Sakura Sevens in 7th heaven. And scoring all 7 as well. 24 points to 0. The final is all set up for Japan against China, as we suspected and knew it would be. Given both teams' calibre, they are at the moment that cut above. The chasing pack, though, is led by Hong Kong China, and it would be great to see a little more of them ball in hand in the second half. Chong Kai-yan leading the chase here, as is Ah Young. Japan's Kajiki picks it up, and then the knock-ons coming from Hong Kong. And a card has been shown as well for that knock-on. Deliberately judged. There's almost zero tolerance in sevens for deliberate knock-ons. The benefit of the doubt is mostly withheld in sevens, whereas in 15s it's often given. And anything that comes off the hand in that kind of environment sees yellow cards given. 7 plays 6. Japan didn't need the extra hand anyway, but they've got it. Lovely shape to the way this backline is shaping up. And look at the space that they have on the edge here. Good covering though from Hong Kong China, but they might be short-staffed in centre field. 3 players out to the left, have no one to hold them back here. Japan on the breakout, and it's beautifully done. Marin Kajiki storms the castle again for Japan. That could not have been more textbook sevens from Japan. Wonderful to watch. Scooped up and over. Japan in the semi-final, already at the 30 mark. Haruna Konishi. Her first introduction into the semi-final. Chong Kai-yan. She's been introduced already. She's reintroduced to going in the reverse gear. Tap and go. Ah-young bringing lots of impetus whenever she can to Hong Kong. Forrest, Shana Forrest, Melody Lee. There's Forrest in the 13 shirt. Japan again, off and going, and with an overlap, which is going to be closed up a little bit, so the step on the inside is needed. And the pass that unlocks the defence another time is easily found. 60 seconds remaining, but this Japan team are already gone. Gone and not looking back. Chong Kai-yan. Hong Kong, China with a difficult defensive line to look at every time. It's so organised. Forrest. It's powerful. But Japan have it back on their side again. They don't see any ways through on the right-hand side, but there'll be plenty on the left if they move it as quickly as they can. Konishi, knock on from Japan. And that has come just after the buzzer. So Japan sign themselves into another final against China in Hangzhou. They do it looking every inch the caliber team and the nation to beat. 38 points to 0 against Hong Kong, China. Men's semi-final time now, and the first of those two matches. Hong Kong, China facing Sri Lanka. Now, Hong Kong, China qualified courtesy of winning their group. All three matches so far they've won against Malaysia, the UAE and Uzbekistan. Whilst Sri Lanka did it the hard way. They lost their first match yesterday against the Japanese. Went down heavily, 38-7, but from there they built back. Singapore defeated, then Thailand defeated likewise. It meant they qualified as the best placed second finisher in a group, and they've taken that fourth semi-final spot. Rugby in Sri Lanka is building nicely, and they'll be the hosts of the second leg of the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series. That'll be held in Colombo in October. And already Sri Lanka's performance here that gives reason to be excited about what's possible on home turf. Can it get any more exciting against one of the finest teams from day one? Hong Kong China looked in superb form. Ibuki Tetsuka, the referee for the first of the men's semis. Well, points put on each of the three teams yesterday. Twice they clocked the 50 mark. And they beat Uzbekistan on top of that, 34 points to nil. They'll be kicked off by Julien Boron. Hong Kong China in the white, Sri Lanka in the green. Alessandro Nardoni collects the ball and bumps into Sri Lankan players for the first time, making his presence felt. Harry Sayers on the ball. James Christie wearing 8, playing scrum half. Coverdale. Fonkit Fung. And there's Nardoni. Really is a physical challenge. Tackling Alessandro Nardoni. Low centre of gravity. Can't go high on him at all. Christie, nice pass. Sayers at speed and cuts back in. Christie quickly on the scene, and Hong Kong China are likewise. Chance is still here. Fonkit Fung with the one-on-one, and the step sees Hong Kong over the whitewash. And it's an immaculate beginning from the very precise and very well set up Hong Kong side. Boron goes to Sayers' side again, and that's much better from Sri Lanka. Ravasinghe was sent up in the air, and he managed to tap it back, that number 3. Scrum for Sri Lanka. Mohamed Formi will put this in. We've got some big pieces up front. Sri Lanka. Ravasinghe, one of the props nearest to us. And he holds up his side of the scrum. And Sri Lanka can move things about behind that defensive line of Hong Kong's. But only one pass before things go awry. Hong Kong's turn, and Bryn Phillips will feed this scrum. Coverdale, Christie and Nardoni. Hong Kong's forward pack today. Phillips picks this up nicely. Boron looks for another offload, and Phillips is the man. Phillips is the man to slide in and score as well. Lovely connection between fly half and his playmaker scrum half Phillips. Phillips converts. Hasn't gone 10. Sri Lanka can take it. Nice idea, but the execution not right for me. Loops it over. It worked for Sri Lanka. They making the most of that. Phillips, no problem with that scrum for Hong Kong. It's nicely settled and strong. Sayers to someone else who's strong, Nardoni. He's knocked it on. 2 tries for Hong Kong, but it's really the first handling error they've made. For me. Penalty Sri Lanka. Balage taps and goes. Can Sri Lanka conjure something here? Not got the same level of cohesion that Hong Kong do, but they have inspiration. Comes in different ways. Fast hands in close contact. Sri Lanka have displayed that quality plenty of times. And that's just over the course of yesterday. I remember seeing them play at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham 3 years ago, and they had that quality then too. When they're under pressure, it brings out the creativity in them on the field. They've got to get the ball in order to do that, and Hong Kong have a very oppressive way of playing. They can totally dominate possession and starve you of it. Phong Kit Fung. Sneak the offload here. Doesn't quite. Borot. Coverdale. Nardoni. Readies himself for contact. Christie to Sayers. There's a player to his left and right. Phillips, man to the right. And Christie uses Phillips. Doesn't have the ability to finish there. Borot. Coverdale. Sri Lanka trying to rip the ball free. Sayers is there, and on the buzzer, Sayers crosses for try number 3 for Hong Kong. The semi-final swinging massively in their favour. Exemplary first half from Hong Kong. And they'll take a 19 points to 0 lead into the break over Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka turn round behind, but having not yet shown what they're capable of. There's more to come, potentially, if they can get their hands on the ball. I haven't seen that man in the 3 jersey yet, Ravasinghe. Powerful carrier. Might be able to punch some holes that could lead to Sri Lanka playing more front foot rugby sevens. It's been in extremis mostly, often under duress from Hong Kong. Nudge on from Hong Kong, but clean enough ball for Sri Lanka to think about what comes next. And they're going behind here. Hong Kit Fung on the ball for Hong Kong. Penalty though for Sri Lanka. That's worked out well in their favour. Gurumi takes the contact. Hong Kong take the ball. Hong Kit Fung. Boron. There's a lot of space back here. Sri Lanka have speed aplenty, so they can cover that kind of attempted attack quite comfortably, and it might work out for them. Resetting themselves and using Balage. Ravasinghe. Balage had to dive down on the floor. Penalty for offside. Ravasinghe's gone, but he's not allowed to. Kept in nicely by Matthew Ricard. Coverdale tackled by Ravasinghe. Nardoni puts the fend in. Bryan. Ricard. Christie arriving. Phillips. Numbers away here. Cool heads. We'll see this one home. Hong Kit Fung presses down and scores his second. Hong Kong's third. Correction, Hong Kong's fourth try, excuse me. They're racking them up quicker than I can count them. From the sidelines, that is a quality drop kick to give Hong Kong all 7 points for the try. 26-0. Climbing high, but not climbing enough to cleanly take it. Widanlage gets Sri Lanka moving. Is there anything in this match that Sri Lanka can conjure to challenge Hong Kong? China against Japan next up in the second men's semi-final, by the way, to see who will face Hong Kong in the final later tonight. Finals session taking place after 6 p.m. local time. in Hangzhou. Men's final kicking off at 6:25, by the way. Women's final before that, just before 6 o'clock. Nardoni. Good take and pass. Liam Herbert. Good straightening line from Herbert. And then slips it to Brian, who picks up and goes again. Bryn Phillips trying to wrestle this ball back, and Sri Lanka say no. This time they will deny Hong Kong. Hong Kong watching closely. Now Ravasinghe gets his first real carry of the match and makes no yards. Hong Kong watching him well, as they watching everyone in green. So the only chance for Sri Lanka to relieve some pressure is to kick downfield. Stuart Cox is back for Hong Kong, and he goes off on a run. A nice run too, Rory Stewart-Cox. This is brilliant from the number 4. Gets the offload too. Kato Lee over to the right-hand side. Ricard on the step, and that's a fine try. The counter from Hong Kong, working their way upfield, stepping through the green jerseys. Converted 2 for 33 points to 0. Hong Kong sailing towards the final. They are the reigning champions from 2024. And they look every inch the champions in waiting for 2025. They are in formidable form today. China or Japan will give them a sterner test than Sri Lanka, but this Hong Kong team very well put together. Good balance too, and contribution off the bench is going to play a huge role in the final. Likes of Liam Herbert coming on, Stuart Cox, Ricard present plenty of problems with them for themselves. And time runs out on Sri Lanka, but they weren't able to really stand up to this Hong Kong team. Couldn't get enough ball. Struggled to do anything with it against their defence when they did. 33 points to 0. Hong Kong win the semi-final against Sri Lanka. Who will join Hong Kong, China in the final? Either the People's Republic of China or Japan. The next semi-final incoming. Now this is being delivered in quick time as well from the ball boy. Smartly done, quickly done. That's good delivery. Well done to him. And it's great to have your company wherever you're watching on from around the world, and especially if that's either in China or supporting China, or in Japan and backing the Japanese. And equally, those of you from the neutral perspective, this should be an enjoyable one. China having looked for the first time yesterday that someone might be able to threaten them when they faced Korea 14-12. They came through that one, but that would have pointed out to Japan where some of the possibilities lie in exposing China. However, here in Hangzhou, they have that home factor behind them. Let's see if they can count, make that count for that little bit extra. For Japan, plenty of threats on the field. Joshua Karevi, the number 5 physical force, who takes no prisoners. There's Jesu Lee as well, the number 13. Ryosei Takai, Tomu Takamoto. The whole unit moves well. Everyone's skill level is very good. Craig Chan in the middle, in the green jersey. The speed and unpredictability of Japan against the fitness, the technical expertise, and the methodical approach of China. They play rugby by the numbers, the Chinese, but they do it really well. Joshua Karevi making his introductions for the afternoon to the Chinese. And he's really made a first impression here, Karevi. He has left the man he hit with what feels like an indelible mark, one that will at least last for the rest of this match. China's scrum really solid. Picked up by Wu Jiajun. Nothing more fancy than that though from China. They couldn't get the ball away. Japan giving the penalty away. And they will have to play sensibly, China. They will have to make the most of their set-piece chances like this. This is one of their strengths, what they can do off a set-piece. And that was well won. Now Wu has got China moving to the edge, and tackle on Hu Zhenyi is a good one by Japan. Going to have to work so hard to run through this Japanese team. And they are working hard, and that is nice. And they're exposing some space that they've created themselves. Powerful run here, carrying from Liu Luda. But knock on in the end. Well, that's exactly the way for China to get through Japan today. It'll take a couple of crisscrosses of the pitch. Not the kind of team that are going to run things home from the first phase, but once they've got one phase of play done, whipping it back to the other side, and maybe having to do that again and even again after that before they really wear Japan down. Patience is important for them today. Japan have a few more express trains in their ranks. They'll be able to score quickly and from distance when they need to. More calculated and sensible play from the Chinese. Centre field scrum. Space either side. Xu Wang in the 11 shirt. Could be a good option. Big carrier. Darting away goes Wu. Japan charge forward. Nice carry from Zhang. Having to rethink things after that scrum. It didn't go to plan. Having to go off script here, China. Can they find that? And they find a way through that first line. Good support here. The Chinese buoyed on by home support in Hangzhou. Penalty comes. Japan ill-disciplined here. China on the scoreboard. Lee Haitao. Japan running out of numbers. The waves of red jerseys kept on coming. So China earning their first points of the match. Took them 5 minutes almost to do it, but they have put points on the board. And that is a huge hit from kickoff, which has got ramifications for China big time. Firstly for Lee Haitao's shoulder. It doesn't look like he can continue, but this may be worse for China. May well be even a red card if that was shoulder to head. And the speed of which he was coming at in that kind of situation could well be deemed reckless. He's going to have to go off whatever, Lee. So that's the first impact of that collision. If he is carded, he'll be carded in absentia. Happened in such a blur that the referee wasn't able, I'm sure, to get a clear shot of what kind of collision it was. TMO therefore required. But it was such an impact that you felt that something significant had happened. Something potentially illegal had gone on. Decision incoming imminently, it seems. Yeah, cards are coming. But there's no player to send off. He's already gone. Red card. Good look was taken. China 7 points up, but with 6 to play for 8 minutes. The kind of numbers that are very difficult to argue against and what effect that will have on your team. It was Lee Haitao, the man who has been sent off. China down to 6. Japan, no problem with that scrum after Lee Haitao's sending off. They're going to work this to the edge. Good hands. Onto the wing. Japan going and looking for their first points in the semi-final. Japan in a hurry to make this pay, this extra man, as quickly as possible. Karevi got the things going. Now they're onto the edge here. Great speed onto the left-hand corner, and now Japan are in. And now the points can start. And the pain of that sending off begins for China. Nice attempt on goal, but no dice for Japan. They're still behind. But the speed of ball and the way they ripped through China then, ominous for the Chinese. Ominous and troubling. And that's not taken cleanly now. The kind of game that China play relies so heavily on 7 players working hard. It's not like they're a Fijian-style team where, given the way they score tries, sometimes it only involves 3 players, where they can cover potentially, at least in attack, for a red card. China just aren't that type of team. But they are leading 7-5, 7 minutes remaining, 7 big minutes if they're to get through to the final. As much as the home crowd is a useful aid to any team, they don't physically replace that extra man. So how do China cover the gaps? Sending off of Lee Haitao leaves China short-handed. Japan win the restart and go straight into things. Breaking up fields. Good tackle. Nice turnover too. China now losing possession. Massive hit here, and Japan racing away with ball in hand. Penalty, China. Big play from Liu Luda, the number 18. And he's being sent to work again in the front row. Hu Zhenyi joins, as does Jia Baowei. Karevi Koga in the pack for Japan. From half, Wu Jiajun moves things quickly, and the wraparound pass, but the press that Japan are putting on China stops anything developing from there. Super shot landed. China with the penalty, but they didn't tap and go. Difficult decisions for China to have to make. Should they be kicking long from here? Should they try and keep hold of the ball for 5 minutes and 10 seconds? That's almost impossible. The kicking downfield gives this Japanese team full of fleet-footed players opportunity to run it back at them, so what do they do? And whilst they're working it out, they may as well play. But then within that, do they need to be more ambitious? Possibly yes. For now though, they're going to be on level terms. 6 each for the next 2 minutes. Josua Karevi, Sinbind. So this levels things up. This makes things very interesting once again. And China really geeing themselves up. That kind of body language is interesting. Not something you often see from Chinese sportsmen. The display of emotion. But they know what's at stake here, and on home soil, there is that extra slither of motivation to stand up and make this count, and they're breaking away. All of a sudden, the numbers balanced again, and China can really have a go at Japan. They'll have to play for another 2 minutes at the end with a player down, so they've got to make this count. Oh, they've lost it here. Japan tap this around the corner. Nice pick and go. Just creates that extra space. The support line is good. If there's something off the floor here that's useful, China can really move through the gears. Just the single player out here. Lovely support line though. China asking questions of Japan again. Can they sign this one off and give themselves a buffer ahead of the final couple of minutes? They do. What a score! China rising. The red card forgotten about for now. They have scored 6 on 6. That has to go. That had to go. 14 points to 5. Japan bringing their player back on very shortly, if not already. More than a score up though on the Japanese. It's Hong Kong, China who will face the winner of this one in the men's final at 6:25 local time tonight. It's contestable. Japan have risen to claim it well though. Karevi back on. His absence was felt by Japan. Can Japan recover this situation and book themselves a ticket for the player, for the big show later tonight? Certainly got the capacity to do, but 2 scores are needed. Moving through the gears nicely here. Simple execution should see this one home. Karevi draws and gives. Oh, he didn't need to. He wanted to make amends. Joshua Karevi under the posts as well. And that was the benefit of going himself. He was on a direct line for the posts, and that's put away. Japan trail China 14 points to 12 with minutes remaining. Changes are going to be made. 7 plays against 6. China with the red card in the first half. If Japan don't retain this, will they still get a chance with ball in hand? Or could 6-man China hold the ball for 30 seconds? It's landed in field and gone out. So the clock ticking. This is playing into Chinese hands here. Japan absolutely ready to go. China are going to delay and take their time. They're told to get on with it, because if they can eat up enough time, then win the line out, they can kick it out. It's gone over. The bounce is back on China's side, however. They'll keep hold of this from here, surely. 10 seconds to play. Japan have ripped it off them, but have knocked it on. China knocked it on in the process. We'll have time for the scrum. This will be the last play. Japan with a reprieve because China missed the line out. The bounce then went into Chinese hands. They knocked it on. Japan knocked it on, so couldn't profit immediately. And here we are. The semi-final comes down to this. China's hopes of lifting the title on home soil in Hangzhou come down to this. Japan will win the scrum. 6 against 7, and Japan are scooting off towards the line. China getting back, but Japan will break their hearts. They take the lead at the very end of the match for the first time. The red card was unrecoverable in the end for China. Japan left it late, but they played it sweetly. They will go through to face Hong Kong, China in the men's final in Hangzhou. $19 points to 14. Japan beat China in the semi-final.
down that favoured right side, and well, it's really like watching a replay of the first. That favoured right side yielding tries for Matteo and co. And all coming from that Indonesian error. Right from the kickoff. Can't allow themselves to be disheartened by this start. Philippines, to their credit, have come out with plenty of verve here. All poised to get chasing. This time, the catch is clear, and then the depth is offered. Moving it to the space. Nice weave of the hips, and the late switch comes in. Driven hard into the shoulders of the Philippine defenders. It's a real scrap there, and Janin Puig gets the whistle blown against Indonesia now, building, just popping it around the hands. Good tackle coming in on Niamala. Ooh, but the penalty goes against them, and it's tough on Niamala because it looks like a factor in her holding on was an injury in going to floor. It was a heavy landing. Well, they look laser focused, don't they? There's often that you can look at a team, the way they're communicating, the urgency, the belief in the words that they're trading with each other. And this bright start will have done plenty to feed that ambition and that drive even more. It's never a sight that you wish to see, but I can assure you that the best medical provision is on offer here in Hangzhou, as it will be in Colombo when the series goes back to the historic ground in Sri Lanka. Time being. Concern continues for Nika Deklarani, Puspa Niamala. Well, just, you see there, I don't know whether that is sort of an effort to conserve energy or a demonstration of unity from the Indonesian players. Just to keep you updated on how things will be unfolding as the day goes on today. Sri Lanka against Singapore as they vie for 9th and 10th in the women's competition. Then we revert back to the men's. Philippines and Thailand battling it out for 11th and 12th. And again, Singapore involved in the 9th, 10th, with Uzbekistan standing before them. The stakes incrementally get that little bit higher as we progress. The finals coming up at just after 6 o'clock local time. And pleased to say now that the medics are happy for Nimala to depart the field of play. We'll be wishing the best for her. As play is restored, it's a up and under. They must not have spotted Yamin there sweeping. She was perfectly placed to receive the kick from the Philippines. And tell you what, those jackal intentions are sharp, aren't they? Really good attempt to steal. But Indonesia, hold on. Ball tucked under the arm for a moment. Looked like it was going to be a carry. Instead, the offload came, and just arcing around goes Indri Katarina Lahu. Once again, Indonesia, their support play not as fast as the break of the attacker. Caught holding on the floor. Philippines, 2 tries to the good. Mateo, very much the strike runner, but that's a tough carry from Dixie Star Yu. Oh, a lovely step off the left and straightening from Buchanan. Takes a couple of Indonesians to drag her down, and what about that for a steal? You don't get much better than that on the floor, but the read defensively from Mateo, she caught the Indonesian player a little bit high. The tap, go. Philippines looking to strike with Indonesia disorganized, but they've shelled the ball, and Yamin collects. Oh, goodness me, a shuddering shot. One of the best of the day coming in from Jacqueline May Rodriguez. Liden, and almost the other number 14, Octavia Nuralaini, scooting round the edge. And she now looks to have done herself a mischief in being tackled to touch. But it was all about that hit from Rodriguez Liden. Well, the Indonesians have felt the full force of the Philippine physicality in this half. They lose their second player after Nyamala was stretchered off, and it looks like Aine's race may be run. Every place counts. This is a 2-leg series. Newly expanded competition to 12. So there's a lot of sides stepping up a level for the first time. Indonesia are one of them. And there'll be a determination amongst the nations to not find themselves at the bottom of the pile come the wash up in Colombo. Stolen by the Indonesians. 60 minutes and a little extra, 60 seconds and a little extra to try and break down this stubborn and aggressive Philippine defense. Again, those jackling arms just beginning to arch down. That was Pearl Vanessa May Kelly. But a late switch back to the left may bring some joy. Through the guts they go. Popping it off. Moving this Philippine defense around, and again the wraparound play, just adding that extra optionality in attack. The call is to go open, but the charge comes down the narrow side. Good hit from Buchanan. No roll away though. Buchanan got locked down there in the basement, along with Ulua. Olua chips it on. Very passive from the Philippines. The Indonesians can look to strike. The dummy switch, no one buying, and Lahu feeling the full force of the tackle. Pick and go. More direct from Indonesia. Shovel to Olua. She's got Deda outside. Deda leaves the Philippines for dead. It was a move that started all the way back from a stolen line out near their 22. Continuity, plenty of invention, and no shortage of offloads. Finally breaking down the obdurate Philippine defence. It's a lovely strike on the conversion, but doesn't sail through. But we've got a game right here in the 11th place final. Indonesia 5, Philippines 10. Well, which way is this one going to go? It's their last chance to show us what they've got here in Hangzhou. The beauty of sevens is no matter how the pools go, there's always a chance to make amends in the ranking rounds. Often teams naturally finding their levels against one another. There's, an open acknowledgement that there is a disparity in the quality and the advancement of the teams. That's going to be a yellow card there for Olua. And that is all part of the developmental journey. Indonesia, as I mentioned, here in the 7 series for the first time. So too India. They're going to come away from this experience of all the teams they've played with a vastly enriched rugby profile. Learnings to build upon and an understanding of just what it takes to get to the top. But for them and the Philippines to end their competition here with a win will be massive. Changes for the Philippines. Raciel Sales on wearing 12. Again, that line out almost ending up on the Indonesian side, and well, they'll get the throw in, but they won't get the opportunity to take it quickly. It's all good and well going to the front, but it has to go 5. So, a scrappy bit of set-piece play yields the free kick to the Philippines. They tap the switch being offered, but not taken on. Work to the wide channel. That's a great scrag tackle. Handful of jersey and using the momentum of the player. Nilu Putu Senela Putri. Squirts out on the Indonesian side. Oh, they're a bit shy of numbers here, aren't they? Of course, reduced down to 6 for the next remaining minute. They've already served about a minute. And it's Putri who gets herself taken down, out wide. Ball squirms free, and then a tackle over the shoulder. Won't be a yellow, but Indonesia can't dwell on it because the Philippines are coming. Looking a little ragged, tired, and they're looking probably short over on this far side, but another penalty. They're lucky that the pocket isn't being gone to anymore. I'm not sure where I saw the tap there, but the Indonesians batter back the Philippines. Another knock on in the tackle, and this may be one too many. Compound penalties and a call coming in from the assistant as well. You already knew, just clarifying with her assistant who the culprit was. So it's Pearl, Vanessa, May, Kelly. Really, sorry, Dina Ferdinanda Olua. So I'm not sure if the first yellow card has been served yet as well. So Indonesia could be down to 5, although you already knew making a beckoning gesture to the touchline would suggest that potentially, as they lose one player, they regain another. There'll be big pressure here at the back of the scrum. Whipped away. Now it's all about the pace. Does Maria Jasmine Torrio have it? Not enough to get around the challenge of Yamin. The penalty to Indonesia. They survive the onslaught. It's a brilliant defensive set, at times ill-disciplined, but they have possession, and now they've got the feet. Support arrives. Round the side, they need to stay in play. Buchanan's there looking to frog march the Indonesian attacker across the threshold, and oh, that is such a shame from Yamin after all the endeavour of her and her teammates to deny the Philippines, who looked destined to score. A lapse of concentration, the knock on. Hands the opportunity back to the women in dark blue. Philippines down. Target the short side. Oh, those feet are absolutely incredible. Then the wherewithal to find the winning pass, and look at the outburst of emotions. Well, they know the importance of that try, and I think in particular absolutely stoked for their teammate to get on the end and get a try scored in national colours. Indonesia had done so well to that point, but the pressure eventually telling. No conversions, so a 10-point game. Just lifted down the middle, and Indonesia being asked to go from their 22. They need some women behind the ball. That's why can only travel laterally. Good burst though, making progress. Philippines try and steal. That was Sales looking to arch down over the ball. Bertz carrying into contact. Dina Vedina Alua isn't able to hold on, and that could be the final opportunity for Indonesia to turn this match around. They need 2 tries and need them quick, and I'm not sure that 42 seconds is sufficient to do so. Scooting away goes Mateo, the woman who got the try scoring started in this match, who got that early lead that the Philippines haven't relinquished. Kelly, tall, rangy, looking to free those arms up for the offload. There's some advantage here for the Philippines to work with, but they may not need it. They may just go to the edge. They may just go to Torrio, the try scorer. The clock is dead, or red at least, and there's going to be a 3rd yellow card of the match for the Philippines, the high tackle. So really, for them, ill discipline has cost them any chance in this second half. 3 yellow cards. And Raciel Sales says, enough's enough, we'll take the W, we'll take 11th place, and we'll take victory over the Philippines. Indonesia 5, Philippines 15, full time here in Hangzhou. Now the turn of Singapore in red and Sri Lanka in white. Both here by virtue of their victories earlier this morning against the teams that we just witnessed in action. Francesco Camisa, the man in the middle. And on offer is a 9th place finish. Now, Singapore finished 8th in the series last year. That was when it was across 3 legs. South Korea, Hangzhou, as we are here, and the final stop being Bangkok in Thailand. 9th, the best that they or Sri Lanka can do today, having both beaten the Philippines and Indonesia earlier this morning. For Singapore, Jingyi Jane Chan has been a major threat for them, and she will kick off. And she'll drop one right on the money that's claimed by Sri Lanka. Beautiful ball inside. Umayanga Srani hits the jets, and that is as good a kickoff reception you will ever see anywhere. The authoritative claim on the 10-metre line. Then the support line offered inside, full of pace, and Sri Lanka streaked to an opening try within seconds. Just trying to arch the body to will that conversion in. But I think they will settle, they'll more than settle for that effort from Sath Srani, who in turn kicks it off left-footed, and Singapore are shook. Wow, they're shook even more by a thunderous challenge. The Sri Lankans bang up for it. LJ Jayasinghe launching herself into the challenge. Short line, offered straight from the scrum, and the arrival of Sandika Hemakumari gives a bit of front football. Nothing doing right, so back to the left, Sri Lanka go. Now Singapore swarm. Oh, but that's unfortunate. Somewhere in amongst the melee, a knock on from a red jerseyed hand. Second bite of the cherry from Singapore from the scrum. Pace, the order of the day. Ooh, and a pretty uncompromising fend as well. Try scorer. Axes the fulcrum. Oh, lovely. Weaving feet. Almost evades. Oh, well. Question as to whether she was held in the tackle, but it doesn't matter because the whistle's gone and Singapore haven't blinked. Now not releasing as the jackal came in, so back-to-back penalties provide a momentum swing. And Singapore will use the scrum to suck in a few Sri Lankan players and leave some additional space out wide for their backs. The late arrival was absolutely perfect, but there was just a disconnect between Teo, the halfback, and Chan. Chan had run a lovely line, but needed a bit more sympathy in the pass from Teo. Try scorer. Feints back left. We've seen the damage her wheels can do already, and wow. Called back for an infringement, and I think maybe her prop holding one of the Singaporean players in, which allowed Sasrani that extra beat to make the break. Again, just the rhythm and the cohesion between half-back and fly-half absent. Wow, she's dragging the defender with her to the line. Arms are out saying, I'm not involved at the bottom of that rut, but she's lying all over it. Was Nayanthara. And it was Sarani Nayanthara who was clinging on to dear life to Victoria Anasarayas Chu. Big moment this for Singapore. They've had concerted possession now. Incrementally work their way up the field. Now, they're just a few metres shy of the paint. Teo, well, it's just not happening for Chan out there. This time, Chong not able to deliver the pass that she wanted. That's some arrival, and that's offside. Oh no. Well, Jingyi Jane Chan is having a half to forget at the moment. Her haste and maybe her frustration from a clunky few phases forced her to tap and go quickly. Probably the right option with Sri Lanka. Looking a bit disorganised, but knocking it on right on the hooter. And Sri Lanka, likely here, will just want to get it off the park. Job done, half done. Sri Lanka leading Singapore 5 points to 0. Well, she's the difference right now. Her try within seconds of the match commencing for Sri Lanka sees them lead 5 points to 0, but it was all Singapore for the last half of that half, but they just couldn't find a way to convert. Chan guilty of a couple of handling errors. And that carry from Chong forcing another penalty. And Sri Lanka have given away plenty, that's for sure. They won't mind because the scoreboard is doing just fine as far as they're concerned. Change of tack from the Singaporeans. And Chan, this time, gets a rub of the green. Tenaciously dropping to be first to the floor. She wraps round. Now it's Chan. Ball into her hands. Oh! Poleaxed. Melted by Kumadumali. But it's Sri Lanka who are down to 6 with a player injured. Now it's got to be Singapore's time to strike. Almost dragged along for the extra metre. Now it's Chan, still down to 6, defending with one less. Oh, but it's an awful pass for Chan to take, especially travelling at such velocity. It's there for Singapore. They just can't quite find the killer pass. Well, Sri Lanka hassled and harried. Penalty, very happy to go back to the set piece. Shanika Madumali, the one charged with putting this ball in and shipping it away safely to the back division. She does so very neatly indeed. Those are lovely hands, and off goes Sarani Nayanthara, bounding towards halfway. Support arrives, the recycle quick. Singapore looking a little fractured in the midfield, and that's a lovely line. Working hard off the left wing to offer an inside option. Oh, it would be heartbreak for Singapore. Sri Lanka were to pick them off here, and they do, through the searing pace of Sarani Nayanthara. Oh! She does just about get the ball down. It's rightly going to be a TMO. What a last-ditch intervention from Guang Lin Amanda. I think she got it down safely. One of the biggest calls that the TMO would have had this weekend. An anxious wait. Largely, I think, it'd be fair to say, for Sarani Nayanthara. Will be left blushing somewhat if she hasn't got it down, but as I suspected, she just about did, but by a whisker. Huge credit to Guang Lin, Amanda Ng. It's a full 7-pointer. That feels significant. Sri Lanka 12, Singapore 0. If you look at the possession stats, the territory stats, it is all one-way traffic. It's the women in red, it's Singapore. But that's not what determines the winners and losers. Come the final whistle, it's the scoreboard, and it's in full control with Sri Lanka right now. Singapore, can they strike fast? You almost, well, you did want Yuan San, Felicia Teo to back herself. Instead, drop the anchor, cut back in. And Sri Lanka not only get the penalty, but they'll now convert that into a scrum, and it's going to eat away more of the clock. Time not the friend of the Singaporeans right now. Sri Lanka, clinical in their scoring. A third now kills the game off entirely. And they've got the numbers to do it. The show and go, but not bought. Blitz defence from Singapore is just shutting off the options outside, but Chu slipped a little high in her challenge. Yeah, you guessed it. Scrum from Sri Lanka. Couple of changes for Singapore. Turning our attentions back to the men's competition after this. Philippines versus Thailand coming up. Then Uzbekistan, Singapore. Sri Lanka pop it off the deck. Chan tries to snaffle an intercept, but Singapore may have left themselves too narrow. Sri Lanka put the afterburners on. It's a desperate fling inside, but it had always gone forward. Lovely turn of pace from Idusha Janani. More changes for tired bodies and some exhausted lungs out there as well. But this will feel very good for Sri Lanka if they can get across the line here to take a victory with them back home for the second leg of the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series. Kick clear, little juggle, and the juggle was enough to leave sufficient time for Chan to arrive and smash. Well, we had some real fluency to the game in the first half, but the dominant thread come the second now is scrums. Just draining the rhythm that Singapore would have needed to get playing, to get scoring and get themselves back in this match. They will look back ruefully on the opportunities spurned. Chan delays the pass, gets clobbered in the process. And this is Lu Chen. Sri Lanka surely offside. And the yellow card as well will be brandished to Idusha Janai. Singapore, they want a scrum. Conscious of Sri Lanka being numerically disadvantaged out wide with that yellow card. One last roll of the attacking dice. Chan offers herself, pops it off the floor, feathered forward. This will be the last action, and Sri Lanka will be celebrating victory over Singapore and 9th place secured. Singapore will finish 10th. Sri Lanka will see next in their home country, in Colombo. Back to the men's competition, and 11th and 12th place are being battled out here in Hangzhou between the Philippines in blue and Thailand in red. Philippines agonizingly lost to Uzbekistan earlier this morning with a solitary point. 15-14 they went down, whilst it was a pretty similar tale for Thailand, just a conversion away in their match against Singapore. So the margins uber fine here in Hangzhou. Philippines, they were sensational against Korea yesterday. Haven't quite managed to hit the heights that they did. Thailand claimed the kickoff. A couple of injuries have hampered their progress, but as you can see, they're not lacking any size out there. Chukun gets dispossessed, Philippines in transition, and then just ripping it off the right-hand side. Elusive player out there in Jonol Maldrona. He's held up initially, then gets it to deck. Fights hard to do so as well. Nothing doing down that blind alleyway. Bouncing around, Jason Kell, Schrimmer. This is the captain, Strom. Bit of a hopeful loose pass flung out. Unfortunately, Schrimmer's there to drop on the ball. Oh, a gift to a thief, laying in plain sight in the Philippine midfield. And Thailand almost passing to the referee. Commit a couple of defenders, but still not sufficient room out on the edge to get round for a score. They may just try and blast their way through the middle. They are making meters through those carries. Big defensive read and a great decision, and a beautiful ball drifted over the top for the opening try from Sarut Janda. It's Thai try time. Kickoff claims and immediately set upon by the Thai chasers. Ball works its way to Madrona. Bit of a box of tricks, the number 12, but he's dished one up to his vice-captain Dawson, but he won't thank him for. Philippines being pressed back with every pass at the moment. Attempt from Viti Sakulvit to get his paws on at the last jackal, but sealing off the call, Clifford Joe Dawson going off his feet. And that is a testament to Thailand. And that aggressive defence that really suffocated the Philippines back in their 22. Philippines get the nudge on, but it's Thailand who emerge, surging out right. That's Teratai Warakit drawing the penalty. Such is the fashion these days. We'll have a scrum. Slung to the midfield. Teratian Warakit offloading to his winger. Really great determination to continue. Chukun was the link, and then the feet. Wow, he moves lightly for a big man, doesn't he? Wicho Kitty Korn dances his way through the Philippine defence. Makes light work. Had an awful lot to do. Made it look good. And with just shy of 60 seconds to go, Thailand are in a commanding position here. High hanging kick, and the Philippines passive in terms of reception, but not so in being first to the bounce of the ball. Lovely option to pass it to the second layer of attack. And might they strike late in the half? It's been all Thailand, but it could be the Philippines to have the final say. Another intercept thrown, the second of the match, and it arrests all momentum garnered by that nice little passage. Well, that is a snapshot of what a good body position can do and can't do for you. Philippines turn the ball over. Thai players sucked into the conflict zone. And there should be some numbers out here in blue. The show, the go, the gone. Dayton Malachi, Marcel Muagatete, Kautai, Amani Iobu does the rest. Amani Iobu with a crucial score on the cusp of half-time. Thailand leading by 7. That late try from Amani Iobu. How telling could that be? Off he goes again. Oh, this kid's electric. Looking for friends. They arrive a little late on the scene, so he tucks it under the arm and barrels in to 2 Thai defenders. Oh, but the supporting clear-out's illegal. Thailand collectively as a 7 breathe a sigh of relief. An early try from Philippines just changes the whole mood. It's already been changed by that try, by that break from Amani Iobu. Oh, no way through. Huge hit from Hamish Seddon. Thailand taking it to the line, using their physicality. Slightly ponderous at the base. The Philippines latch on. They need to be sharp on their tackles here, though. Up and go again from Tanit. Lovely delay on the ball. Into the stride of the winger out wide. One-on-one. Oh, it was always going to be a tough ask for Amani Iobu. And Paul Thapi leaves him for dead. Cuts inside, and well, that is a try that stops the rot as far as Thailand are concerned, because the Philippines have been growing. And under the sticks as well. Should be a nailed on 7, which it is. And Thailand re-establish their 14-point lead. Philippines 7, Thailand 21, and that was full extension on the reach and claim, but isolated. Thailand swarming upon and not hanging around. Kaiwi Hale, Axis halfback, looks to spark another try-scoring attack. Switch dished up from Chukowan. Philippines flying up, slipping off one. Janda's there. Oh, that is delicious. Oh, deserves to be finished off, and it is. Sizzling offload play from Thailand, and it yields another try. They've got this game wrapped up. First conversion of the match missed, but Thailand with a handsome lead of 19 now. Well, good atmosphere here in Hangzhou. Plenty of fun in the stands, as you can hear. The Philippines hasn't been quite so fun. Taken in the air on the kickoff, so that'll help. 3 converted tries wins the match. Opportunity still to draw it as well if they can muster 19 points in these final 2 minutes. They've had a lot of joy through the middle. The offload into the hands of Moxley. He's caught the eye this weekend. Surging into the 22, dragging Thai defenders with them. This is the best that the Philippines have looked. It's a wobbly old missed pass, but finds the intended target. Oh, yes. Amani Iobu opens his box of tricks. The no-look flick round the back of the would-be defender. And maybe this isn't done and dusted yet. And it's all good wanting to get the conversion, but they need to get a move on here, Philippines. Seven of the 19 points required to tie the match delivered. .12 points to go. 30 seconds remaining. Oh, what a time to slip off the tackles. Philippines seal their own fate as Thailand storm off through Nopasit, Krad, Krayang. Far too easy for Thailand's number 3. They'll beat it in no rush to take the conversion. Thailand have got 11th place wrapped up. Final score, Philippines 14, Thailand 33. 11th place belongs to Thailand. Uzbekistan take on Singapore now in the 9th place final. Uzbekistan in white and blue against the Singaporeans in red and black. Singapore triumphant over the Philippines, 12 points to 7. I beg your pardon, Singapore triumphant over Thailand, 12 points to 10. Earlier this morning, and Uzbekistan squeezing past the Philippines, 15-14. Another tight contest beckons here as Singapore send a steepling kick. That's as good as you'll see anywhere on the globe. And quite rightly, they claim it here in the Chinese skies. Singapore starting with some real zip. Jack back from Jeffrey Din. Pass almost dying at the feet of Teng. But he's got the skills to pick it up. Bao Yuan operating in the midfield. Sean Andriesh. It's a tricky customer, and there'll be a yellow card from Craig Chan here for Uzbekistan. Singapore, plenty of zip in those heels. The show, the go, whoa! The explosion off the balls of his feet. How good was that from Hidayat Jeffreydin? a slippery heel, and electric in nature when it comes to the pace. A fine opening score, and Uzbekistan feeling the pain immediately after going down to 6. Another brilliant kickoff, and Jonathan Wong climbing highest. Singapore are playing with such confidence. Look at that. Just netball pass. Wong surges on. Well, that's Uzbekistan. The steal was so good that he looked to the ref to say, was it that easy? Have I been illegal? And now we finally get the chance to see them in action. Sunat, Mukademedinov taking it on. Well, there's only 6 on the field, but they're for far 6. Mashinov almost scampering clear, but Sean Andriesh fighting hard to reel in his opposite winger. And concern here as well is Murodjon Machinov has hobbled off after that clinch. Hopefully he can dust himself down. Got a couple of big carriers in Abdu Kodirov and Sokolov of Uzbekistan. Singapore arguably lacked a little bit of pace out there. Not so for Uzbekistan, who throw out a fend. And a dismissive swat from Ilyas Sokolov. Moving the ball around now. Abdukodirov gets all snarled up just outside the 10, and Uzbekistan have been pressed back into their half. Brave challenge coming in low from Ko. No one at home for Singapore. What's the pace looking like? It's Jamian Abdullah who's back there first before Sean Andriesh takes it on. Andriesh stopped outside the 22. Jeffrey Din acts as the link this time. Slightly loose. Singapore looking to reorganise themselves. Show. Dish. Offload. Try scorer. And just a sort of sky hook an offload over the top, but it's too much to ask of the dexterity of Chong Yao Teng. Such a long passage of play. The offload out of the tackle. There'll be some burning lungs out there, some lactic-filled legs, but the pass finds the man. Oh, how about that for the feet? Knocked on in the tackle, and it sits up like a gift for Ilya Sokolov, who blows his way to underneath the uprights. He'll take all the time he needs to put it down. Try for Uzbekistan, end-to-end, lung-busting passage. And a bit of carnage as well left in the wake. Singapore have been yellow carded for the intentional knockdown in the play that led to the try. So they will finish the half with 6 players. And as you can see, every water carrier emptied from the sidelines in a bid to resuscitate both sets of players. Oh, that's a real concentration lapse. And it's a chance for Uzbekistan to build upon this lead. And they're playing against 6, remember. Scooped. It's the small travel, then the dummy switch. Slung long. Thought about going outside, it got shut down immediately. Nurilayev slipping it into reverse. No sooner had he thought he'd give it a crack. But from the tap, Uzbekistan are rocking and rolling. They got some big men who are tricky to drag down. Marry that with the feet and the laser focus to find the line. Sobijan Kolikukov gets the job done, and Uzbekistan in a quiet and unassuming manner have just grabbed this game by the scruff of the neck, and they tighten their grip even more, to the tune of 7 full points. And Singapore have it all to do in the second. They trail 14 points to 5. Uzbekistan leading 14 points to 5 against Singapore. The 9th place on the line, ripped off the left hand by Teng to open up the right hand side. Nice arrival. Bit of problem solving with some passing there, but knocked on by Bao Young. No, not knocked on. I beg your pardon. Still there for Singapore. That looked a little high and sloppy from Abdu Kodirov. Singapore building down the right. Uzbekistan backing off. Trio. look to cinch around the solitary Singapore man, and the counter-rucking making a nuisance of themselves. Julian Leo. Nice ball. Andreas, oh, just for a handful of jersey. He was home and hosed. Beautiful passing. Oh, but the final one, sliding forward. The one before that was on the edge. Samuel Coe called back. And after another high-octane 90 seconds, reinforcements are being called for. Gideon Key, bearing 2 for Singapore. Bit of attention and some concern for Abdu Kodirov, but dusted down. The big number 4 reinstalls himself to the front row. Kalandarov fizzes the ball to his half-back partner. And nowhere to go for Nuraleyev. Gets a bit of help from the opening try scorer Ilya Sokolov, and Uzbekistan are pouring through, offloading at will. And Sokolov acting as the link again. A lot of room out here on the left. A few fresh legs as well. Kolikukov offloads in support to Abdukodirov. Sokolov, he's everywhere at the moment, the number 12. Oh, gambled on the intercept and missed it. Instead, Nuraleyev swallows up the pass, looks up to see no one in front of him. And Uzbekistan's number 5 gets try number 3. High hanging restart. That is not quite 10. Oh, that's as close as it gets though. Restarts have been excellent from both sides. Highly competitive. The way that 15 sides approach kickoffs, very much born from the emphasis that was put on it in the game of sevens over the last number of years. Awkward man to tackle. He looks, doesn't he? Sean Andriesh. Jonathan Wong acts as half-back. Singapore, they need something, and they need something reasonably sharpish. Uzbekistan, a few have flown up. There's opportunities here, and there's a gaping hole in the midfield. They try and massage it to insert Jemi and Abdullah through, but they can't protect possession, although Uzbekistan have disrupted illegally. Try scorer Jeffrey Din on the ball. They want to get the ball in his hands more, but Chong Yao Teng Drifts a pass into touch. And Uzbekistan will be in no rush to form up here. Time is off. While replacements are brought into the game. Tom Chamberlain. Singapore's number 10. Off the top. Uzbekistan. 2 minutes away from 9th. Oh, Sokolov. Has he got the energy still? And he's back on the ball. Golov switches inside and gets a shuddering shot for his troubles. But he won't matter about that. Into the Singapore half, Uzbekistan drive. Was asking for Nuralev to offer himself. He was asking, and finally Nuralev bit. Will he score? Yes, he will. Taunted his own teammate there with the prospect of getting on the end of one. But Nuralev picked his moment. Doesn't get the extras. Uzbekistan have got this one wrapped up. Singapore started so brightly, but they've fallen away. The physicality of Uzbekistan. Possibly the difference. Andriej, no sooner does he catch it, he gets whacked. Orlando Zorov in there throwing his muscles around now. Smart feet from Singapore's Gideon Lee. Taken at pace. Whipped into the path of Jonathan Wong, but he misses his connection with Sean Andriej, and frustration for Singapore, but victory for Uzbekistan. 24-5 final score here. Uzbekistan take 9th. We turn our attention back to the women's competition now in the Asia Rugby Emirates Sevens Series. And Malaysia in red today, taking on the UAE, who are in green. They wore different strips when they met yesterday. The outcome was a UAE victory. Both these two now competing to be 7th. UAE unable to overcome India this morning, missing out 19-12 they'll be bitterly disappointed to not be fighting for fifth. Oh, it's a beautiful ball from Cook into the path of one of their flyers, one of their star performers throughout the weekend, Madison Mellish. But now it's Cook pulling the strings, dictating the play. Shams on her shoulder. Couple more offloads and they're right through the guts of the Malaysians, but it's a brilliant jackal from Valerie Juan. Rahman burrowing away, trying to dig out the ball, controlled off the shin and then not letting go on the floor. Cook wants it. Cook gets it. A hop, a skip, a miss pass. Beautiful out to the edge. That connection between her and Madison Mellish yielding yet another try. Mellish the scorer, but Alex Cook chefing out there with the ingredients for an opening score here against Malaysia. Well, this is exactly how it went down yesterday when the UAE were victorious against Malaysia in the opening pool stages. It was quick-fire tries at the start that laid the foundations and set the tone for the victory to come. It's a victory long in the making as well. Historically, it's Malaysia who've had the hex over the UAE women's sevens side. The head-to-head, just one win in history for the UAE ahead of this weekend, but getting their first victory since 2012 yesterday. We would have felt that with the way that they went about their business, that they would be competing in the fifth place final today, but not to be. Instead, they fight for seventh. Amina, very prominent in all the good work that the UAE have done. Mellish sees it slip over her shoulder. Amina there, dustpan and brush, just sweeping up the crumbs. And, well, no one thanks anyone for a pass like that, but Tara Cooney shows great strength and wits to offload. Cook goes face first into the turf. Cook back on the ball. Cook, foot race to the line. She'll get caught here. Oh, matadors the Malaysian defender, but she gets her at the second time of asking. The release and get up and go gives a third lease of life to the break. Cooney off the deck to Mellish. Barber just lifted over the top to Amina. Amina, all that strength. Can't be stopped. And it is 2 tries to the UAE. And I think a lung transplant required for Stephanie Amina. Trying to suck in all the oxygen in Hangzhou. It was an all-action bit of input in all the phases leading up to it from Amina, worthy of the score. And UAE worthy of the lead. Malaysia, they've hardly had any time on the ball. Azizan in the tries yesterday, but that's a poor pass. UAE trying to wrap things up, trying to hold it up, but it's really good support. Green jerseys swarm. The red jerseys fight for everything. And Mina just about scrags Kajolin Jenisin. She looked to be accelerating away, or that's a loose arm from Sophie Shams. Not quite sure that needed to happen. UAE were dealing with the Malaysian threats, but now Malaysia get to play the remainder of this half and the opening portion of the next with an additional player. Amina has hauled herself from the turf, but she might get replaced. Yes, she will. Tara Cooney waiting for a new partner to arrive. There's Chloe Marie Hawley, and it's Amanda Hamian who completes the trio. Nice ball, clean ball for Malaysia to build an attack. Jenisin is gone. Back to pace. Pinned her ears back and did not miss a stride. No hesitation, pure belief in the pace in her legs. And Kajolin Jenisin gets a key score for Malaysia. Almost the full complement of points. But it'll be just the 5 for Malaysia and Jenisin. One score game and one last play before we break for half time. Cooney makes a real hash of it. It's an untidy way to deal with a kickoff, but dealt with it is. And UAE and Malaysia head into the half-time huddles with just a score separating them. UAE 10, Malaysia 5. UAE and Alex Cook get us underway for the second 7. Oh, thunderous shot. A rise from Cooney. But Malaysia undeterred. That knock-on was in the tackle. You saw the motion there from the referee. No knockdown. Remember, UAE still with just 6 on the field, unless that may just be the yellow card served. So back to the full complement. Back to the original starting 3. Sophie Shams back to join the front row union. Malaysia with a bit of air on it. It was a wrap around. I'm not sure that everyone was on the same wavelength, but what about that for a turn and burn and a screech to the line. Dancing back inside, Azizan. Matador's the last offender. And sometimes it's as easy as Azizan. The dream start for Malaysia, backing up the try from Jenisen. The 2 speedsters in shot. Real frustration and missing that opportunity to go ahead. But we're level at 10 apiece. The UAE looking a little low on energy compared to their Malaysian counterparts right now. All the momentum with the women in red, and a knock on from the kickoff will give Malaysia more possession to craft an attack from. Hawley looks to drop on the ball, but instead it's Azizan, but Hawley gets it. Cook distributes. Could it have gone one more? Barber lifted and dumped. Cook dispossessed. Jenisen. Look at the strength. And going off the feet. Azizan doesn't hesitate. Beg your pardon. Azizan is there now, putting a shoulder to the wheel. Tajudan, nowhere to go. Clumsy challenge, and Chloe Marie Hawley is sent to the bin, and UAE have another 2 minutes where they'll be playing with 6. Azizan optimistically pops the ball out high, receives it back, passes to no one. UAE flying up. Pass is not going to hand for Malaysia, but they're still managing to stay on top of possession. There's some fatigued looking bodies out there for both sides. And Malaysia spotting there's no sweeper. Say to UAE, right, you're going to have to go from distance if you're going to get us. Oh, that is huge. How did Barber fight to get back and be first to dive down? There's no way the body is being supported there by the Malaysian jackler. She's eschewed away. And this passage continues, and it continues to stress lungs and encourage lactic. But somehow the UAE find an extra burst of energy. Madison Mellish score in the first half and lead re-establisher in the second. A massive moment. And an even bigger conversion. The weight of responsibility borne lightly on the shoulders of Alex Cook. Madison Mellish somehow finding an additional gear at this late stage. Not just the game, but the competition. controlled off the shin by Ridwan. Ridwan then gets stuck into the breakdown as Tajudan takes it to ground. Azizan swallowed up. Amina back onto the field, and a pretty breakdown picture painted. No penalty coming. And alarm bells ringing for the UAE here. The support needs to stay with the Malaysians. Oh, it's a try saver. It could be a match saver from Alex Cook, who wrangles a flying City Tajudan. And Tajudan and her refusal to release the ball for the UAE to go quickly sees her sent to the bin. It's Malaysia who are down to 6 now. And this is about time management. It's about getting across the line for the UAE. Seconds away from a 7th place finish. Pass from Hawley, who's back on. Misses Kirk. Tackle comes in and it's high. Well, no, it's not rolling away. Georgia Barber felt the full force of that one, and the scrum called. And you'd imagine that the hope that the hooter will blow soon. Chloe Marie Hawley gets the signal from the stands. Oh, and the Malaysians couldn't help but be offside. One final penalty, one tap and a boom from the field. That is a dangerous challenge, and tempers are going to bubble over for the unnecessary challenge there. So dangerous. If a supporting leg is taken out, that's frustration from the Malaysians. An ugly end to an enthralling contest, but it's one that the UAE have prevailed in. 17-10 they triumph for the second time in the weekend over Malaysia, and in doing so they secure 7th position. India versus Kazakhstan. 5th place on the line. Kazakhstan changed strip of white. And competed in their traditional turquoise yesterday. And they're up against India, the newest member, along with Indonesia, to be competing in the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series. And what a morning they've had. Showed glimpses, they really did yesterday in their opening matches as to some of the talent that they may have at their disposal. No points scored in their first 2 matches, but a comprehensive win against the Philippines to then tee them up for a game against the UAE this morning. 19-12. They were victorious. Now they find themselves battling against the established, the experienced Kazakhstan for a potential 5th place finish. He would be a remarkable tale. But Kazakhstan have got a lot of talent at their disposal. One of them is Drabovskia, halfback wearing 2, all the good stuff. Goes through the powerful but wily scrum half. Pass intended for her. Doesn't land. Oh, trips over a body or 2. And India, tap, go. They're gone in a flash. And Arti Kumari, like an express train, picks off the sleepy Kazakhstanis. And it's an opening score for India. Kickoff from Tudu. Minor juggle. You can see they're a well organised and pacey side, these Indians. And Drabovskia underestimates that pace, holds on to the ball a beat too long and gets clobbered just as she was releasing the pass. It goes forward into touch, and there's an option here for the Indians to plump for the scrum. Playmaker Guriya Kumari. Arti, her namesake, with that opening score moments ago. Prepares to put the ball in. Speaking about holding on to the ball a beat too long, Kamenkova flies like a missile, and maybe that's the big hit needed to spark the Kazakhstanis into life. Krachinkina tries to go it alone, but gets side down. Good low tackle round the ankles. Dubrovskia puts the footwork on, but 2 Indians converge upon her to make the tackle. Delayed pass into the path of Tulujanova. Tulujanova can't find the pop off the floor, and it is lost forward as well. Desperate defence from the Indians, but they keep the Kazakhstanis at bay. Just waiting here to see if she's fit to continue. Brilliant story this, just even for India to be competing. 4th, 5th position. Victory late in the day against the Philippines, offering up that opportunity against the UAE, who would have fancied themselves. But here they are, leading against Kazakhstan. The awkward bounce sits up eventually, but it draws a high tackle. Here come Kazakhstan, offload out the tackle. They break down the Indians. And it's Diana Andrienko who gets on the end of the pass. Kazakhstan draw level, and the conversion sails over to take the lead. India 5, Kazakhstan 7. Very long kickoff, and the bounce is awkward. Smart hands under pressure from the Indians. Kumari takes it on. Then it's the other Kumari, Arti, the try scorer, who advances. Whoa. Just a hint of falling into a tackle there, but actually nothing bad happened, and Shukla actually just sees the ball knocked from her grasp forward from a Kazakhstani hand. So, scrum for India, and a slight change in personnel as well. A burst down the short side. Terrific tackle from Andrienko. Slammed across the touchline. That's the physicality that the Kazakhstanis pride themselves upon. A real hallmark of their game. Drabovskia gets things moving. There, Andrienko, the try scorer. A couple of big plays from her. Looks up. Bit more pace, bit more piercing runs. Well, the ball had come out, but Shika Yadav hadn't got back on side, so that's unfortunate. Chance for Kazakhstan to strike at the end of this. It's Stepanyaga who can't latch onto that last pass that leaks forward from Andrienko, and that'll be that for the first 7 minutes of play, and India are right in this. Kazakhstan lead, but only by a pair of points. India 5, Kazakhstan 7. Tatiana Kruchkina prepares to get us underway and gets a kind bounce that almost jags into the path of Diana Andrienko. Instead, finds touch, and by the looks of things, it made some contact with one of the Indians. So, Kazakhstan through Drabovskia. I mean, that is the most unstraight line out you'll see in sevens. It was complete chaos there as the lift and the throw were deeply unconnected, but play on nevertheless. Andrienko looks to go right, but finally someone puts their head up and sees all the room out left. Drabovskia. Kazakhstan's pocket rocket lifts off. And Kazakhstan now have a handy little lead here. 7 points, the kick to come. India asked to respond from within their own 22. Kazakhstan have done a very good job of holding India here ever since their opening score. They disrupted the Indian rhythm and they've smothered them in this 22. When opportunities have arisen to jackal, they haven't hesitated. The tap and go from Tulujanova. Advantage here for Kazakhstan. They may not need it. Looking for an offload. The support arrives from Kamenkova, and then so too Oksana Shadrina, but the try won't stand. But there was offside earlier in the passage. Oksana Shadrina just beckons Milinkova a little closer. She was the decoy because the runner was coming from deep. Now, they can't miss. Pass looked a little forward there. The last one coming from Stepanyaga. Try scored though. And Kazakhstan have got some real daylight between them and India now. Kazakhstan just about see their kick go 10. India finally with a bit of better field position to build from. Up towards the halfway line. Andrienko went in hard, but the tackler hadn't rolled away, so that's what the penalty's for. India taking it to the line, looking to challenge these Kazakhstani shoulders, and they're tough ones at that. Big hit comes in as the ball goes. Now the tackle from Tulujanova. Indians blasted away from the breakdown. The counter-rucking is fierce. Andrienko there in the middle. Stepanyaga. Now the turn of Tulujanova off the deck to Milinkova. Whoa, what's happening here? How has Kumari emerged with that? Fork lifted into the sky, but holding on to the ball for dear life. Off go the Indians. Just a glint of light and almost threw it away. Tulujanova, though, finds herself in the passing passage and intercepts. Drabovskia keeps it alive. Kamenkova meets the might of Guge. Oh, India want to play with tempo, but it's just a scrum that's coming. A thrilling passage. And India not laying down yet. India travel from the base, just a loss of footing. This time they can tap and go from the penalty. They just run it straight, right into the heart of the Kazakhstani defence, and there's the support. Side clear out, penalty advantage. Kazakhstan are going to watch these penalties racking up. India tap. Oh, but it was behind the referee's back. And they'll be pulled back. Guriya Kumari, 50 seconds on the clock, 2 scores required. India bouncing around in the midfield. Offload to Kumari. Another penalty. Offside. How many are Kazakhstan going to be allowed? It's on right if they can see the room. Instead, they go straight. Bit of white line fever for the Indians, who are questing for their second score of the match. Big shot arrives. The clear out, absolutely vital. Again, Kazakhstan offside. This time, it's the Banyaga, the culprit. Still there for India. Loss of footing from Tudu. And set upon by Kazakhstan. Another penalty. Surely a yellow is coming. Patil links up with Guge. Out to Katkade. Katkade swung to the deck. Guge picks and goes. Drabovskia off her feet. Kazakhstan not back 10. Beautiful pass. Almost there for Patil, who then finds the offload, and eventually Ujwala Ramdas Guge gets the try that India richly deserve. It may not be victory, but it is an Indian side who will head to Colombo with their heads held oh so high. It's a 6th place finish in their first ever Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series tournament. Kazakhstan will finish 5th, but the big story is India, what they've achieved and what may be yet to come for them. India 10, Kazakhstan 17, final score. Korea up against Chinese Taipei. in the battle for 7th and 8th position in the men's competition. Underway. That is some lift, isn't it? Claim cleanly, claim smartly. Oh, but then the knock-on coming. Chinese Taipei defending his career build. Oh, sit down, and let me serve up an assist for my teammate. Brutality, but also beauty in the way that offload just found its way and nestled into the grip of the support runner. First points of the contest go to Korea. Korea kickoff into the arms of Junyi Lin, who again is hoisted nice and high by his teammates, accelerating onto that pass. It was a big boom, wasn't it? And quite a number of players in broad there. I don't know if there's any Korean player outside of that 15-meter channel, but now they spread. Chinese Taipei confronted by the blue jerseys. Chinese Taipei just looking to pirouette and thrash through. Penalty to work with. Just a bit of pace lacking from the game at the moment as Chinese Taipei target the touchline. Well, the line out, messy, and ultimately falling on the Korean side. Real pace and energy in the way they carry. Yeonsik Jeong almost being taken out of play, but finding a way to keep it alive inside for his teammates. A little bit of an additional clearing support offered by Hyung-jin Kim. Number 99, In-jo Hwang, looks to pump the Pistons through the guts of the park. Instead, it's Hyun-jin Kim acting as a facilitator to Jin-kyu Lee, the creator for that opening score. Here's the try scorer, Gyun-yu Park. Smart hands. Spun wide. Good barreling run. Takes a Taipei player out of the game. Walking a little gingerly over on the far side. Backdoor boogie. Carves open the Chinese Taipei midfield. Park again. Storming through as the beneficiary. It is on. It is try time. It is Korea with some fluid rugby sevens right here in Hangzhou. And it's Hyun-jin Kim who rounds off a sweeping move that covered nearly every blade of grass out there. Korea will be bitterly disappointed to be only competing for 7th place. Victorious against Chinese Taipei in the group yesterday. 17-5. Drew surprisingly with the Philippines and then were pipped by China, who we saw earlier were just so close to reaching the final, and all done as well with a red card. Fine margins in Rugby 7's career, who been to an Olympics as well. They were there in Tokyo. You may remember them because they had hands down the best stash of the whole competition. They were resplendent in their garms. But really, those fine margins, see them down competing for 7th, having lost to the UAE 24-21 this morning. So potentially a point to prove here against Chinese Taipei, who missed out 14-10 against Malaysia earlier this morning. Slight disconnect on the intentions of that switch, but Yong-Sing Jeong has baked a cake out of the crumbs, and he's finished sublimely. You can see him acknowledging there with Park. I got that read a little wrong, but he managed to reach back and claw the pass in before showing fine feet and a turn of pace to bring up try number 3. Last play of the half, Chinese Taipei under some pressure outside their 22 and unceremoniously swung from the field of play. A perfect half of rugby as far as Korea are concerned. 21-0 they lead. Much to do for Chinese Taipei if they are to try and secure 7th here in Hangzhou. Chinese Taipei haven't really featured in this game so far. They've looked lackluster. Kai-Chien Su now kicks off the second half with his team trailing 21 points to 0. And instead of it being a completable kick, they go long and ask Korea to return, and they do with brutal interest. Hyunju Kim, a wrecking ball through the middle of the park. And Korea are flying through these Chinese Taipei tackles. It's tired Taipei, and it's killer Korea. Yong-sik Jeong making light work of the remnants of the defence out wide. And Korea have their fourth, and they got this game wrapped up with 6 minutes to go. Kickoff one by Korea. They're first to everything right now. Every Korean desperate to get their hands on the ball and make something happen. Junyi Lee, the latest, into the 22 once more. Tackles falling off. Kanjun Kim takes 1, 2, 3, nearly 4 Chinese Taipei defenders to drag him down. There's no stopping this Korean onslaught. It's a demolition job right now. 2 tries in as many second half minutes for Korea. They move past the 30 mark. Chinese Taipei, well, you feel it's a torrid 4 minutes remaining for them. Koreans queuing up out wide. Kanju Kim, the latest to dot down. The stadium is rocking here. But it's really Chinese Taipei who are rocked to their foundations. Korea are having a ball out here. High hanging kick. Ominous for Chinese Taipei, who trail by 40 with a long 3 minutes to go. Finally, a bit of menace in a carry from Chia Xian Wang. Launched wide left, looking to stretch this Korean defence. They haven't missed a hit all game. Wrestled to the deck, goes down Yuan Wu. Oh, that's a lovely kick. A bit of invention and variety. Sadly, the fly hack through didn't match the artistry of the previous grubber. Mukien Kim was there to scoop it up, slung left by Namuk Kim. Just a little pump to hold the defence and keep them honest. Lee thinks about going inside. Oh, Lei. Offload doesn't quite go to hand, and after a couple of nibbles, the knock-on eventually comes. Remarkable footwork from Junhwan Lee. But no try coming. Korea 40 points up, less than 90 seconds to go. High tackle, offers some respite. Touch found, and the last 60 seconds will start with Chinese Taipei in command of the ball. Nice ball, fast out to the midfield, stripped in the tackle. Alarm bells ringing here for Chinese Taipei. Korea in transition. Johan Kim dragged to deck. They're playing with 6, but you wouldn't bet against these turbocharged Koreans. Bouncing around goes Jung Yi Lee. Off feet in the attempted turnover. Again, complete desire from the Koreans to get on the ball, and the battering ram does the trick to round off the scoring. A masterclass from Korea in terms of sevens and pure drive. They looked so motivated, almost angry from the first whistle. They would have dreamt of higher heights. But they finished with a win, a resounding one over Chinese Taipei. And they'll head to Sri Lanka knowing that they are capable of so much more. Final score, Korea 47, Chinese Taipei 0. Game's coming thick and fast now as we hurtle towards our climactic climax. Malaysia, the men in blue, up against the UAE in green. A repeat of the women's match from earlier today, where on that occasion they duelled for 7th position. The UAE emerging victorious. However, a little more at stake here. It's 5th place, and it's Malaysia kicking off into the arms of the UAE. Oh, that is a tackle full of gusto, slipping over the top. UAE driving on Muhammad Ali. Nice burst. Nice out, the creator. Oh, Muhammad Ali, the skater. A slaloming run down the right-hand side. What a finish. Well, in fact, hasn't finished it yet. Now he does. An exceptional demonstration of elusive running and acceleration. UAE take the lead. We've just seen how good Korea were a moment ago in their dismantling of Chinese Taipei. That's who the UAE took down en route today, 24-21. Wins over Uzbekistan yesterday. Lost to Malaysia, 21-15. At the start of proceedings yesterday, so a little bit of a revenge match this. Some grudge baked into it. Hong Kong, China were far too good for both these sides yesterday. Both conceding over 50 points. Malaysia, though, get their chance to get their hands on the ball now. Adin. Araduin. Taken out of play. Not happy with the way it happened as well. Kasim. Straight in there. Questioning. Line out doesn't go to plan. And Malaysia emerge with the ball. Snaking run, Zizi. Lost forward though. Great energy in the stadium now. Real sense of crescendoing to the finals. A first half hat-trick for Muhammad Ali. Deadly with the try line in his sights. No conversion on this occasion. Sent high, more central this time. Spilt forward. And it has been a first half of pain for Malaysia. UAE have been laser focused. Couple of errors as well from Malaysia. Hasn't helped. And with the hooter sounding, Tobias Oakley has the chance to spark one final try-scoring move. Bounce back to the short side. Aaron Dubois. Dubois firing through the hole. Oakley gets scragged, loses the ball forward, and that'll be the half. Might not have ended in a try, but it's one that the UAE will be mightily pleased with. They've dominated possession and they've struck when given the opportunity. Muhammad Ali, a first half hat-trick. UAE 19, Malaysia. UAE in complete command of this fifth place final at the moment. Their playmaker, their try creator, Sakyusa Naisal, kicks off and the aerial battle is fierce. Comes away on the Malaysian side. Naisal arrives to shut off the option for Nordin. Nordin puts boot to ball. It's a tricky one. Muhammad Ali stoops low. Naisal hasn't got any mates to pass to. So goes it alone and he goes pretty nicely indeed. Out the back door it goes. Once more off the floor. Should have gone really to Finley Anderson. Instead Anderson steps in at half-back. Ali. Everyone knows what this guy can do. Muhammad Ali leaves them for dead once more. Try number 4 for the Supersonic 7. But what do you do about a problem like Muhammad Ali? Once he's gone, he's dust. No catching him. So true the adage that there's no substitute for speed in sevens. And this guy has got it to burn. Another steepling kickoff that almost inevitably comes out on the UAE side. Oh, no way through, says Ferrin. Huge physicality impressed upon Finley Anderson. Diminutive, but packs a punch, doesn't he? Leo Abrenui Ferrin. Adin Barudin travels from the base, double pump, just sucks in the defenders, and it could well be on here for Malaysia at long last. Most promising passage, hit the jets. Zamani doesn't have the measure of Ali, who scored 4, and he's saved one now. A man whose pace is worth 5 tries alone in this match. A nice Sal asks his team to go from deep. Why not? Here to play, chip over the top. No one at home. Well, no more pitch to work with. Right idea from Saeed Saad. Youssef Lashkari, the mountainous man, installs himself in the scrum half berth. As Barudin prepares to throw, in steps Lashkari. Malaysia enjoying a bit of time on the ball now. Good challenge coming across from Al-Mazuki. Lost forward by UAE. Bit of revenge in the shot coming from Anderson. And it's a hamstring stretcher that dies on the tiptoes and knocks forward by Kasim. Bullocking run follows suit, almost bounced off the challenge of Zaidi like a trampoline on the floor. And here we go. Some more elusive running, tossed up, lost forward, kicked on. It's harem scarum. It's Malaysia finally with a try. Mohammed Hafizi Sudin dives in. And Malaysia get their reward for a bit of pressure at long last. Brilliant kick, right on the money, allows Yusuf to accelerate on. Zizi thought about the kick, instead throws a double miss all the way out to Ferrin. Ferrin, full of running. Malaysia finding their groove. Where's this Malaysia been for the last 12 minutes? Barudin swung back to where once he came. Nice feet. Zizi. Ferrin. Into the corner. Try number 2. No. Touch first. Wonderful attempted finish from Zamani. The officials confer. just to make sure they got the call absolutely right. Right over the top. Oh, Anderson. Straight into the grip of Mohamed Sayami Mod Yusof. A gift from the Gulf for the men from Malaysia. The game is won. The deed is done. And Malaysia, I'm sure, would like to finish with something of a flourish. They're the team in the ascendancy, there's no doubt about that. Sudin wears a lusty right shoulder from Naisal. Off they go. Zamani feeding Ferrin. Ferrin driving to the corner and taking off for Malaysia to finish incredibly strong. And it makes you wonder, had this Malaysia turned up from the get-go, what would have been the outcome? Try awarded. They're 3. Falling one short of the 4 that the UAE scored. And you think back to the try saver from Muhammad Ali, not to mention his hat-trick of tries. It could have been a very different story. Really good rivalry this. Can't wait to see it renewed in Sri Lanka come the second leg of the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series. But as it stands here in Hangzhou, China, it is the United Arab Emirates who clinch 5th place with a 26-17 victory over Malaysia. Bronze medal match in the women's competition now, and 2 foes who know each other extraordinarily well. Hong Kong, China in blue and Thailand in yellow. They met each other in the pool stage with Hong Kong, China prevailing 21 points to 17, but this is a rivalry that is only getting richer as the games go on. They played each other 32 times in history, drawn twice, and they've got 15 wins apiece. That that's just how tight it is. One of these two will be emerging with a superior head-to-head tonight. Who will it be? Hong Kong, China, already victorious once in Hangzhou, or Thailand, with the taste of revenge on their lips. Wanari Michok looks for the offload, but it doesn't stick. Instead, it provides a gift for Hong Kong, China. And Julia Oyana, once she's free, she's so difficult to stop. Her long strides find their way to the first try of the match. Hong Kong, China 5, Thailand 0. Wanari Michok claims the kickoff. Little bounce around from Naratip. Presentation slightly messy for a moment. Naturally secure and sound for Thailand. Wobbly pass out wide. There's room here, and there's bags of pace. Skipping inside goes Georgia. Offload into the hands of Thanapon Huan Kid. An immediate response from the Thai team underneath the uprights. I told you this rivalry was rich. These two produce such stunning contests. Julia Oyana, by the way, that's try number 9. But she scored just then. Michok, who isn't too far behind. Well, actually, she's not too far behind in the rankings, but she's miles behind in terms of tries scored. 3 so far. It was a beautiful kickoff, but none of her teammates fast enough to take it on the 10. So one bouncing out. Chong Kai-yan goes to Chloe Chan. Well, fortunate that she took the mark in the wrong position there after Hong Kong, China were adjudged to be offside, because in the haste to go quickly, it was knocked on. Well, both hookers' feet up, and it stops the ball going in, and again the mark taken from the wrong position, and then the scrum called. Celinda Fakwandi taps, quick check, and then we're out to the midfield. Michok asks too much of her winger. Such a shame, because we've already seen the pace that Georgia possesses out there. After the high caliber start that yielded those 2 quick-fire tries, the rest of the half has been a bit scrappy. Chong Kai-yan sees the ball, short pop to Natasha Olsen-Thorne, who is just a powerhouse runner. Tough call there, no roll away from Akwaja. Oh, whiplashing tackle comes in. And Chong Kai-yan, and knocked on in the process. Really got put through the blender there as the 2 Thai defenders converged upon her. Beautiful wrap around, and then the ball drifted out to the edge. Back inside to the traffic. Goes Thanaporn. Akwaja offers something different. Offers that size, physicality, and just direct running style. Side down by Chongkar Yan, a far smaller woman, but of a similar ilk. Off goes Oyana. Offloaded, out of the tackle. Stephanie Chan once more receives it back. Oyana, nowhere to go on this occasion, but the setup's good. Hong Kong, China. Has to dive in the slip cord and to pouch that one. Poor pass. Oyana scoops it up. Just that crescent of yellow jerseys that is rushing up is forcing Hong Kong, China back in to the mean defenders of Thailand, and eventually the pressure mounts to a point where a knock-on comes. And with the clock ebbing away, Thailand will likely have the last attack of the half. Thailand through Wanari Chok. Oh, the pass just died on her, and it was almost intercepted. Penalty. Thanaporn Juan Kid gets the spark going. Big don't argue, and well, the defender does really well. Stephanie Chan was being dragged down to the dirt, but held on for dear life. Olsen Thorne rides through one, sticks the head down, and drives through Thanaporn Juan Kid. Chan, who made the tackle that won the penalty. Is there a Hong Kong China sting in the end of the first half? Drag, swung, Karman Nam. Oyana acts as a link. Chan hitches, accelerates. Olsen Thorne, that's how you get her. Side down low. Bit of a lazy roll, but not penalised. Oh, the circle pass almost turned into a dummy that unlocked the Thai defence. It's a brilliant, precise jackal. And then Oyana locks her arms around as well. Fearsome contest in all areas of the match right now. Well, probably a welcome opportunity to get some oxygen into the lungs. Half-time should have been long ago. But both sets of players absolutely determined to end the half on a try-scoring high. Rivers, another physical specimen that Hong Kong China have at their disposal. Unleash Oyana, the best of the bunch. Julia Oyana brings up double digits in the try-scoring stakes here in Hangzhou. It was a battle of wills, a battle of desire. Who could keep going to the bitter end of this first half? And Hong Kong China win that fight to take the lead and burnish the scoreboard by another pair of points with that conversion. Gripping first half, and it's one that Hong Kong China lead 12 points to 7 at the break. Wanari Michok with their team trailing, having led for the lion's share of the first half. Gets a match underway. Hong Kong China, who were victorious in the group stage by a whisker. The game returning to Taipei, bone cruncher. A Bangkok banger. But a penalty to Hong Kong China. And now Stephanie Chan takes it on. Whipped away by Maggie Ah Young. Rivers. Stakes are just palpably raised in this match. There's an added intensity to any match that we've really seen so far. The big bruising crash line from Rivers gets stopped at source. 2 Thai defenders it took. Then Rivers holds on. Penalty to Thailand. They didn't want to go quickly. Witaranoyarat is usually the kind of player who looks to spark that. Instead, Celinda will get the put in. She's got Ruxina and her strength in tandem with the other two to produce a stable platform, which they get. Michok wraps around for Celinda, but there was the infringement before. Michok races ahead. She taps, goes, directs Ruxina on her inside, right through the challenge of Chloe Chan. Brave defence. A little bit too lateral and can't wriggle free of the grip on the jersey. Michok just barks to send it left. Bit of footwork from Panpasan Jaijarin. Celinda into the 22. Witaranoyarat. Show, go, burst, almost through from Narathin Manisai. Michok, Wanari Michok. hitches, hops, skips, but can't escape the clutches of Chan. A hurdle over the carcass's left. And Ratanaporn gets stopped 6 meters short. Attritional attack. Hong Kong, China burying shoulders in Thai midriffs. Gabriella Rivers. Fast hands, a race to the paint, and eventually Jai Jarim breaks down this stubborn Hong Kong, China defence. We are level at a dozen apiece, but boy did Thailand have to work for that. Ball goes long and into the backfield. Hong Kong, China immediately under territorial pressure. Shovel and offload that wasn't there. Thailand knocking, banging, slamming at the door into the hands of Yodja, but it's an epic challenge. Eden denies Yodja with the line beckoning, but no one at home down the narrow side. And Jai Jarim, she did it on the left, she does it on the right, and Thailand take the lead with 2.5 minutes to go. It was a poorly dealt with kickoff routine from Hong Kong, China. Jess Eden contributed some heroics, but Jai Jarim found just enough room to squeeze down. Oh, that was a brilliant conversion attempt. Just falls short of the crossbar. Better from Hong Kong, China, who take it to the line, engage a couple of Thai defenders, and they set up. Caught in possession, Kaiyan Chong. Scampering down the right wing go Hong Kong, China, slung to the midfield. Rivers, back to physicality, shovels it to Ayana. The offload doesn't stick, and Thailand have the ball. Chaiket just about clinging on as she got swallowed up by a dark blue jersey. 1 minute and a bit of change between Thailand and a bit of bronze here in China. Surging through the heart of the Hong Kong China defence, just held by an arm. Olsen Thorne thieves the ball on the deck. That's offside. And Thailand have got to be careful here about yellow cards. Wittiyaranayat penalised. Oyana, the ball lifted into the deadly finisher's hands. And is she the deadly destroyer of Thai bronze dreams here? A try underneath the uprights, fashioned from nothing. And a conversion to maybe clinch the match. There should be enough time for a restart. Gabriella Rivers will take all the time that she wants, all the time she's permitted. She makes no mistake. There's time for one last kickoff, and Thailand have to score again if they're to finish third place. Last chance saloon for Thailand, who have been brilliant, both sides. It's been a gripping contest, an enthralling third place match, and Olsen Thorn leading by example again. Straightening into that bevy of blue jerseys, offloaded but offside. Not sure that Rivers knew anything about it. Scrum called. Well, we got plenty of extra rugby, didn't we, at the end of the first half. It was Hong Kong, China who came up with the score to see them lead at half-time. Will the tables turn? Will it be Thailand who make these additional minutes count? Referee almost gets in the way. A jackal from Melody Lee. She's got it, and that's the game. Back it goes to Rivers, who makes absolutely sure. And Hong Kong, China have just won an epic. And you can see precisely what it means to them. Two sides, pedal to the metal, full-blooded to the death. But it is Hong Kong, China who emerge victorious. 19 points to 17. They take third position in the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series in China. Time for another bronze medal finish. And it is the hosts, China, who had their hearts broken in the semi-finals with a last gasp Japanese score to deny them a final berth, and they did it all whilst being down to 6, a red card. The big story of that match. But up now, fighting for third place here against Sri Lanka, who went down 33-0 to Hong Kong, China in their semi-final. And the early penalty goes to the Chinese. So tough for them, picking themselves up from that heartbreak. It was a brilliant match. And as you can hear, the local support in fine voice, Chinese flags filling the skies around the stadium. China, oh, foot to the floor. Well, it's been a motivated start from the Chinese right from the get-go. And they look in a punishing mood in the first 90 seconds. Conversion added as well. They lead Sri Lanka 7 points to 0. Lifting pod just gets dominated by a massive leap. Single man job, but Sri Lanka do emerge with the ball. Finally they get to play. Bouncing around, beautiful feet being demonstrated by Ekanaike. Oh yes! Wow! Don, the man, into the corner. And really, a try from nothing, a kickoff they lost. China still leading by virtue of landing the convergence. Another kickoff one by Sri Lanka, but this time they haven't done it cleanly. China break away, really threatening the line by travelling from the base, and then a bounce and just a blast into the oncoming tackles. That was a carry from Ma. Round the corner comes the big number 7, Shen Hu. Whip to the midfield, just lifted into the space. He invited his teammate to accelerate on. That was Lujia Liu. Slightly more laboured, looping, has to check the run, and Hu does well to stay in field. Drop of the shoulder before getting swallowed by a couple of Sri Lankans. They're going to be competing on home turf. Host this week versus the host of next week. Lovely feed, and the presentation allows for quick ball. China surging forward. Was that forward though? Doesn't get caught. It's a dive that actually lands short of the line initially, but the following tumble is a dot down, and China have their second score. A hint of a forward pass on the last one, but you play to the whistle, and the whistle that China heard was one to confirm try scored. Chang Shun Shan, lovely striker of the ball. No extras though on this occasion, but a lead enhanced. Chipped down the middle. How good have China been on kickoffs? And then the jackal. Off they go, seeking a third, and you wouldn't bet against it. The energy that they're injecting into this attack. Oh, loop round the short side. That is brilliant. The vision, the communication, and then the finish from big Luda Liu, who's fired up. And that's a big try to score right on the cusp of half-time. Again, the conversion proving too challenging, but 12 points to the good and still one last play. The variety of the kickoff routines have really caught the eye. They go down the heart of the field once more again. It's a really gritty contest and no knock on. See Sri Lanka hemmed right back to their 5 metre line. China pour through, the ball can't emerge. So it'll bring an end to the half, and it's one that China have been well on top of. A fine try from Sri Lanka, but it is China who lead 5 points to 17 at the break. It has been an electrified performance from China thus far, particularly off kickoffs. Really pleasing for their coaching team, how they've gone about that and fighting through the challenges as well. Shuo Wang just gyrating on for a few extra meters, and then the width offered. Taken to the line by Jia Jun Wu. Sri Lanka chasing shadows at the moment, unless China decide to run straight and engage them. Bar White, Jia onto the field. All big specimens. Switch, straightening. 1, 2, 3 Sri Lankans engaged in the challenge. They're holding up well, but they're losing meters each carry, and then lifted into space once more inside, but misses the support. Sri Lanka, we've seen how they can strike. We've seen how ruthless they are, and with surgical-like precision, they cut China open in transition. And Dinal Ekanake goes foot to floor. And Sri Lanka have a third. And something out of nothing. High hanging kick just about finds grass inside the field of play. No matter what Shuo Wang tries to tell the assistant. So China, having looked so good, do find themselves with the Sri Lankans breathing down their neck. One man lift in the middle and returned to Wu. Offside from Sri Lanka. They've been really hot on that all competition. The refereeing team. Wang thinks for a moment about tapping, but then takes the sting out of the game. Just reduces a bit of momentum that they may feel may be going Sri Lanka's way by calling for the scrum. Big men for Sri Lanka in there. Right in the middle of it is Chaturla Widan Alage. Well, held in at the base, and eventually Wu breaks. Couple of switches brings Zheng Hu back onto the ball. Sri Lanka hustling hard, putting pressure on China, who are putting a bit of pressure on themselves. They seek the salvation of contact though. Looping ball. Oh! What a shot. Cuts him in half, and Sri Lanka are off and away. And Mudia Salenge gets slung to the ground, a double juggle, then regathers, almost actually unsettles the defence. But actually leads into being isolated. Wang locks down. China feeling the pressure. It was the last play of the game that they conceded against Japan, having fended them off with 6 for so long. Off the top they go. China with 2.5 minutes to go, leading by 7. Sri Lanka need to make a hit here. It's big and it's brave and it's low. But China have lightning service and they fire one of their players as if from a cannon. But he holds on as he crosses the halfway. Bowai Jia penalised, then coming back from an offside position to try and do something. No sweeper, but there was some cover coming across. Legs are looking full of lactic for China right now as Sri Lanka swarm. Knocked on by China in transition for Sri Lanka. Pivotal moment in the match. Drifted over the top. One bounce, some feet, some pace, some support, and how on earth did Gia get in to snatch that away? He looked to try for all money. But Bowai Gia potentially the hero. Kicks long, but not to touch. Into the final minute. Sri Lanka need a converted try to take it to extra time. They blitz away. And they scorch from underneath the upright. Another remarkable finish when the heat was on. And the conversion, it must be scored. It should be scored. And we're level. There's time for one more play, but at this rate, we're going to golden point extra time. Sri Lanka have quietly, diligently and disciplined fashion gone about their defensive business. They've held firm, and then when opportunities knocked, they haven't hesitated. Does that go the 10? It sure does. And for the first time, China lose a kickoff. Lost forward into the arms of the Sri Lankans. This would be a huge upset. Stolen by China though. Lost forward. Penalty. China, they want to finish this in normal time. Hole opens up. The acceleration through, but dragged down just a metre shy. Sri Lanka defending for their lives. Out to the midfield, to one of their big bruisers, but still China can't batter down the door. The ball stripped. And Sri Lanka see yellow. Don sent from the field. China 5 metres from the line, middle of the field. Sri Lanka, having clawed their way back into contention, now find themselves backs to the wall. Down to 6. China with a launch position that is one of, if not the most difficult to defend in rugby sevens. Options to the right, options to the left. No scrum half in for Sri Lanka. They break, and it was always going to be all too easy. Shang Shun Shan delights the home crowd with a match-winning score. Clock in the red. And the valiant, tenacious Sri Lanka fall in the final moments here in Hangzhou. China claim third. Another thriller in the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series. Sri Lanka 17, China 22. Time for the final. China versus Japan for women's glory in the Asia Rugby Emirates Sevens Series in Hangzhou, China.
Please be upstanding for the national anthem of the People's Republic of China.
Two proud nations, two fierce, fierce rivals, and unequivocally the two best in the competition this weekend. But what goes before will mean nothing to either of these sides if they can't emerge victorious in the now. Both China and Japan have been scoring tries at will this competition. The likes of Saigusa and Bodnam raining tries in from a Japanese perspective, while Du Xinrong is the beating heart, the creator, the try scorer. Everything good goes through China's number 15, but she has some supporting cast with her, the likes of Qi Yinchen, Yu Hu, and Wan Yu Wang as well. Best kicker of the weekend, Michio Suda, lines up and sends it high for her teammates to chase. Good hit comes in. Bodman defending the short side, grabs away. She'll get called in to put a hit here on Zi Yingchen. China in red, Japan in white, and oh, it's a delicious line from guess who? Du Xinrong, who can do no wrong this weekend in Hangzhou. An opening break and burst from China's go-to women and the opening score of the final. Yu Chen slots the extras China lead Japan 7 points to 0. Yu Chen sends one that's going to come down with stardust on it in this Chinese night sky, high and hanging, and Bodman handles it well. Japan, first sight of them with ball in hand, not held in the tackle, so is allowed to get back up and go for more. Koide battling, thrashing through, but a risk of being held up here. 3 women in reds clamp round, more calls, and that's a brilliant result. It was Yoshino who took it in, and it was Yoshino who got physically dominated by a whole gang of Chinese defenders. Yuhu travels. Japan passive in their defense. They allow themselves to drift onto Yu Chen. Du Xinrong is there, gives it to Ziying Chen. Chen almost fighting her way to the line. Japan, who trounced Hong Kong China in the semi-final, didn't concede a point. Whilst China had their work cut out against Thailand, 21-5, they eventually triumphed. But they're really at the races early here against Japan. That's a mean hit. Driving and surely playing it on the floor. China lucky to maintain possession as Yuhu dances back inside. Shows great power as well. 2 Japanese defenders hanging off her. And the deftest of transfers to Xiaodan Ma. Ma makes it 2. And it's been a turbocharged start to this final from the hosts. China 14, Japan 0. The Japanese yet to truly fire a shot. Remember, China 6th at the Paris Olympics. Last summer. This is a rugby nation on the rise. They're streaks ahead of the competition on the World Rugby Challenger. When competing the last couple of years, when they've stepped up to the HSBC Sevens proper, they've more than held their own. Japan, for what it's worth, have been playing an exhilarating brand of rugby on the same series, but as proper members. The whole thing restructured though. And Du Xinrong, uncharacteristically, releases a pass that doesn't find a teammate. Real competition in the air. Oh, and Just a lapse of concentration as the ball came down. Japan under pressure. China pouring through and surely scoring. Yes, they've got a third. It's been a swarming performance from the women in red, and I think it's Ziying Chen. He managed to pick the ball up and flop across after her forwards poured through. A nice strike, but sent left of the uprights. China leading 19 points to nil. Just one play left of this first half, and Japan needs something. If it's not points, they need a promising passage to reinflate their confidence, because it's been all China. A gift, though, from K.U. Chen, out on the full, and a free kick to restart for Japan. Oh, how about that for a bit of contact? Collision out wide in the 15. Bodman, so strong and gnarly. Doesn't get much change out of her run. The dancing feet in the midfield, challenging the red jersey shoulders. They repopulate their defensive line. Japan asked to work out how to break them down again. Dummy switch. Ball squirts free from the back of the breakdown, and it's really fast hands, a defensive read, the feet. Now it's all forward pass there at the end. Japan had done all the hard work. Michio Suda and her final ball to Mayu Yoshino. Just easing forward, and just as you thought Japan might strike late, it's half time and it's China in complete command, 19 points to nil. China in the box seat, one hand on the trophy, looking to reclaim the title that they made theirs last year. They were winners in South Korea, winners in China, but it was Japan who got the better of them in Thailand, and a mistiming from the kickoff, taking the player out in the air. Ziying Chen yellow carded and sent to the sin bin for the next 2 minutes. Is this Japan's chance to get back into the game? Ball in the hands of Hana Nagata. Moves, asks for the switch, doesn't deliver it, continues to travel a little laterally. She wanted someone to straighten up on her, and eventually she gets it. Japan wrapping round that left-hand corner, and a timely duck to avoid the challenge, and also, most importantly, stay in field. Japan building nicely. It's much more of a spring in their step. Bodman, very direct. She accelerates, isn't held, releases anyway, and then goes back for more. 2 red jerseys, stop her in her tracks. Big gaps to target. Oh, a javelin of a line from Michio Suda. Pierces the Chinese midfield. The kick goes over, and Japan are right back in this final. Kei Chen claims the kick, and then where's the contact? China still down to 6. Remember, oh, it's an intercept. The final turned on its head in an instant. Sakurako Yazaki, a thief in the Hangzhou night, has changed the complexion of this final entirely. The conversion sails over, and we got a 5-point game and plenty of time for a comeback now. The most costly of yellow cards right now for China and Ziyin Chen. Japan reinvigorated, re-emboldened, and chasing these kickoffs harder than ever. Kei Chen dances around before sticking her head down and carrying into contact. Japanese defenders hungrily hunting red jerseys as China keep it narrow. Wang to Hu explodes through that gap. China all of a sudden look very stodgy, very limited. One out passing, the second barely making it 5 meters from the ruck. Almost as if China are waiting for Japan to infringe. Or they try and trap the Japanese player down there. Then they pick and drive round the corner. It's a curious style that they're employing. But they've drained 1 minute and 15 seconds from the clock. Surely they can't continue in this vein. They pick and go again. Anti-sevens being played by China, and the counter-ruck knocks the ball from the grip of the Chinese. And now the yellow card comes back on, so 7-on-7. Zhao Dan Ma, try scorer in the first half. In at prop. Stable platform for Japan to work with. And a piercing line held and almost ragdolled by Du Xinrong. But Japan keep coming. The ball is getting quicker and quicker, and so too the nature of their attacks and the lines that they're running off their playmakers. Footwork, such variety to the attack now, but China holding firm. That's Mizutani. Full-blooded clear out, just as China look like they may pounce with a pilfer on the deck. No meters being made, plenty of phases. China proving stubborn. But this might work now, almost a dog leg. Again, China evidently looking to hold the Japanese players up. Bodman gets shut down immediately. She's a different physical proposition to a lot of the other attacking threats that Japan possess. Nice feet from Yazaki. Clock ticking away. Japan just about into the 22, but they've had to fight tooth and nail to this point. Testing the line, asking for runners, gets one, acceleration, exploding into the gap, and a bone-crunching hit from Kei Yin Chen stops the attack in its tracks, then the counter-ruck, but China, over-exuberance, they lose their discipline, they give away the penalty, and now the hands of Japan unlock China out wide, and we're level in the final. 19 unanswered points from Japan. Sakura Mizutani sliding in for the leveling score. And now the burden of responsibility falls on just one pair of shoulders. Oh, it cannons off the upright. A stunning attempt. But no good. And China and Japan are locked. 19 apiece. A wobbly kickoff. It was almost Japan who caught a Chinese player in the air. Japan have done all the hard work to get back level, but can China rally themselves? They have the decibels of a home crowd here to cheer them to that point. Du Xinrong caught woman and ball, and it's a really tough one. A judge to have not released in the tackle. Or was the kicker taken out? It was an unusual coming together. It's play on the call. China continue to hunt the Japanese, now playing in their own half. It's the first time we've been here all half. A Jekyll and Hyde final, and the hooter blows. Time's up. One final play. Will Japan do it in normal time, or will we go to extra time? Bodman breaks free. Bodman, neon pink boots, lighting up the turf here at the death to break Chinese hearts in Hangzhou. The footwork just to skip through the initial half hole that was left, and then the pace and endurance to get the job done. Bodman the hero. Japan with a Herculean comeback from 19-0 down. They've won this final 19 points to 26. A remarkable game of rugby. Japan, the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series champions here in China. a thriller just served up by the women of the competition in the showcase match. Japan, with no time left on the clock, with a comeback win. Can their men replicate their success in the gold medal match? Stiff competition faces them in Hong Kong, China. Japan, who got here in the last play of the game, again breaking Chinese hearts. Hong Kong, China, with a commanding performance all tournament. The finals has come. Hong Kong, China versus Japan in the Asia Rugby Emirates Sevens Series in Hangzhou.
Please be upstanding for the national anthem of the People's Republic of China.
请起立，奏唱中华人民共和国国歌。
Anthems sung and starting sevens selected. You look at the Hong Kong China side, it is very familiar. So many players who've been there and done it on the Challenger, on the Asia Series, and also come so close to core membership of the HSBC Sevens over many editions. The likes of Kado Lead, Alessandro Nardoni, Liam Herberts, all very familiar names, whilst for Japan, that is also mirrored for players who've been to Olympics, and they've also done it at the very top of the game. Joshua Karevi, undoubtedly one of their key men, so too Tomu Takamoto. Shotaro Suoka as well. The men's final of the Asia Rugby Emirates Men's 7 Series in Hangzhou, China is underway, and that is a very muddled kickoff reception from Japan very early. Naoya Ojita spilling forward, and that very much a breakdown in communication. Look at the size of some of these men. Imposing physical specimens. A late switch there from Harry Sayers, weaving into the space. And then some nice feet to evade the first challenge. It's on here on the short side. Too much space to defend. Too much guile and pace from Bryn Phillips. And Hong Kong China score first in the final. An outstanding conversion as well. Turns 5-7. And the perfect start for Hong Kong China, who dropped this kickoff right on the money. Ricochets off the chest of Nakama. But Japan do retain the ball. Lifted into the space, an inviting ball to blow onto. Karevi acts as the link man. Then as the scaffolding to protect the ball on the floor. In for more work, Karevi. Shipped away by Ojita. This is nice from Japan, beginning to find their groove, but the Hong Kong China defence very watchful. Operating with a sweeper at the moment as Japan go through the middle. Karevi to Ojita. One roll forward almost buys him the time he needs, but he holds on a beat too long as the presence of Fong Kit Fung and Alessandro Nardoni do enough. Hong Kong China taking down Sri Lanka 33 points to 0 in their semi-final. But it's all about this final. Oh, just crunching through the tackles, using Japanese defenders as speed bumps. Harry Sayers galloping over. And Hong Kong China, with this conversion, are about to double their lead. Hong Kong China, to this point, have only conceded one score, just 7 points in all of their matches. There is a reason they're the dominant force. Oh, that's gonna be red and smashed. Just shut off the options outside. It was excellent from Sayers. Bit of a scrap there from Nardoni, and he can't quite manipulate his body to present it the right way. Penalty to Japan. They need a little something here. Yoshiyuki Koga starts it. Switch in the midfield, dummy. Sayers again involved defensively. So too once more. Very well organised Hong Kong China. Karevi, there's a lot of him. Slips it out the back. Takes a bit of magic to break down this Hong Kong China defence, but Karevi's got it in his locker. Disguised ball out the back door. And Japan race across for their first points of the final. Just the second try conceded all weekend by Hong Kong China. And maximum damage with the conversion sailing over. Shotaro Suoka. Full of pace out there. And finishing the job. Sense that this final may become a little more balanced now that Japan are on the board. Seasoned HSBC Sevens players in amongst the Japanese ranks, the likes of Suoka. He's also got top league experience. Back in the day, he was an Olympian as well. 3 tries in Paris. Ooh, doesn't quite fall. And we're going to have a scrum reset. Ryodai Shirakuni has been a sparky presence at scrum half. Should be a really good battle between him and Bryn Phillips. They'll be hassling and harrying each other all game. Bryn Phillips a match to it. Nice delayed ball and line offered through the centres. Japanese defence arrives en masse, makes things tricky. Sayers, long levers, offloading to Phillips. Phillips has his option outside him cut out. Slung to McCulloch. Doesn't take it cleanly, but when he does, he uses that hulking frame of his to make some meters. Sayers turns Nakama out inside out, pops up kindly for Sebastian Bryan. Sebastian Bryan finishes the job. A move that involved a multitude of Hong Kong China's weapons, forwards and backs, big and small. And Seb seals it at the end. Half time here. There is work for Japan to do. Hong Kong, China look excellent, leading 19 points to 7 at half time. Japan have 7 minutes to turn this final around. Can they draw on the inspiration of their women who mounted a miraculous comeback in their final from 19-0 down? Well, it's 19-7 down for Japan. But from the kickoff, there is a minor error and possession is ceded to Hong Kong, China. Hong Kong, China, champions last year, runners-up Japan, and it's following a similar script right now. Forward though. Hong Kong beat Japan in the final here last year, so too in Bangkok, and they got the better of China in Incheon in South Korea. What of Japan here now? 6 minutes. Ball in hand. Lovely bounce and skip. Energy into the attack. Japan flowing forward into the 22. There's a real bit of verve to the way that they're going about things. That's a great read. But the awkward challenge may have left Nardoni shaking off a nasty knock. Karevi launches one left. Now Suoka, already one try to the flyer. Karevi's there. Look at the size of the man and the way that he picks the ball up one-handed like a giant. Beautiful pick-up. Chance to accelerate on. Feed the speed out wide. And Japan once again are right back in this final. It's Naoya Ojita, the big edge forward. Just the start that Japan wanted, just the start they needed. Ball sails right of the uprights. And there could be a few changes for Japan as well as the lungs begin to burn. Ojita's not one of them though. High tackle coming in from Tomu Takamoto. That'll be welcomed by Hong Kong, China, who send it into the Japan half. Time ebbing away, 7-point lead. And Kado Lee, who it'll be a strange feeling the day that Kado Lee isn't named in a Hong Kong China team sheet. He's looking to be the spark, or one of the sparks. James Christie's in and on and acting as the fulcrum at 10. Karevi tries to wrap his tentacles around the man as he falls to the deck. A look outside, a lurch through the gap. Oh, Karevi launches himself like a missile. Christie feels the full weight. Oh, that could be a yellow card. And the double blast of the whistle tells you so. Tomu Takamoto. Will that decision condemn Japan to defeat? Trailing by 7, now trailing by a teammate. Lee scoops it away. Introduces Herbert. Lee on the wrap. Fast hands here for Fonkit Fung to finish in the corner. It was straight from the training ground. It was about timing, precision and execution, and it had it in abundance. With Japan down to 6, there was little they could do. And that's the breathing room that Hong Kong China needed. What a kick. 2 more to the good for Hong Kong China, and it feels a tall task now for Japan to launch their comeback. Karevi steps in at half-back. What have Japan got? Hong Kong China holding firm in defence. Good hit coming in from Michael Coverdale. And the penalty to Hong Kong China. Japan holding on. McCulloch is a man in a hurry. He wants to get this wrapped up. Ooh, bit of a loose one. Coverdale's there. The try scorer, Fonkit Fung, offloads to Christie. Christie pins his ears back and he almost power slides across the line. Comes up short. McCulloch. Julian Boron screaming for the ball because it's on. It is so on out wide left. And Liam Herbert finishes with ease as Hong Kong China confirm that they will be the Asia Rugby Emirates Sevens Series champions here in Hangzhou. No more points to add, but no more points needed. Hong Kong China confirm their status as the best, as the team to beat the reigning champions. Continue in triumphant form in the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series. They've won this final 31 points to 12 over Japan. They head to Sri Lanka in winning form and with championship status. Phil Greening there, former England international, worked with Mike Friday for many years in the development of the USA Sevens program. Took them to a number of Olympics. He's now doing good work with Japan, but generous in his congratulations of his players, but also the victors, Hong Kong China, who've looked comfortable. They've looked assured all weekend. They only conceded 1 try leading up to the final. They were always going to meet something of a match, as they did against Japan in the final, conceding 2, but they have won and they go to Sri Lanka with maximum points, as do Japan women, who've been triumphant here. The second and final leg of this year's Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series, taking place the weekend of October 18th and 19th in Colombo, Sri Lanka. The Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series being taken to Sri Lanka. And we can't wait to bring you the action.